Mic test.
Mike.
Yep. Okay. Hello, anyone watching this in the future? Today I'm going to start filling my end base with water. I've done a little bit of work in the last few days, but I was debating if I wanted to stream today or not. I assume that's just me, because I'm logged into that. I've done a little bit of work. Not a ton, besides for the sand, which went up as a 2x speed video yesterday. I could have made it an 8x speed video, but I was like, I think it looked nicer at 2x speed, so I decided to do that instead. Somehow managed to make that less than an hour, because you can't render a video on Share Factory if it's more than an hour. Or more than 60 minutes. I'm not going to be talking too much because I'm not home alone this time. My brother is doing whatever the heck he does. I don't know. And I was like, I might as well. You can probably hear him through the wall. Maybe I should sit somewhere else. Did you just hear my knee crack? So, not going to talk too much. I'll talk about a few things, but yeah. So all this is filled with lava buckets. I waited for the lava to refill, and I got a bunch of cobblestone. The stone was already here. Let's grab some of that. Oh yeah, and some of these. And first, before I do what I'm going to do, I'm going to, I probably don't need that much of that. Let's say 2 of those. Let's grab tons. That's good. What I'm going to do today is fill this half. At least try to. And I'll probably do that other half off camera. Just because this first half will be easier, because most of it's already done. So I sectioned off this first half. Oh yeah, I need to grab sand too. Okay. I moved the chest with the name tags that was next to that ladder to here, because that would be underwater otherwise once I filled this section up. I'm also going to expand the ladders that go to the top of that to down here. I don't need the sand yet. What I'm going to do with the sand is I'm going to fill in the other opening like this that's over there. You can see here's all the sand, by the way. Did that off camera. Well, kind of. I did film it, but not live. Let's do this. I'm going to fill the in-between sections of this with stone to act as a platform. I probably don't even need this much stone for this, considering I'm only going to be doing this twice. Before I started the stream, I was going to say, oh, I haven't been coughing that much today. I'm starting to cough a tiny bit now. Of course, if I think about it, it's going to happen. I've been, like, coughing at least, and sick generally for the last, like, 30 days almost, which isn't great. And then I will do this. Let's see. I hope I don't place any by accident on this end, because that happens sometimes. And this should meet up with the other ladders up there. I hope I made enough. So these will act as another access point. So I can access the lower level through the bridge instead of going through the beach entrance, which will be built later, which only exists now as just scaffolding. Another reason I chose today for the stream is tomorrow is the 22nd. Oh, okay. I will remove that. That looks a little weird. But, yeah. Sort of exposing, like, the... So now I can access the lower level. And I'll do the same on all 4 of these. Okay, back on topic. Let's get rid of these. These do look nice. Oh yeah. I don't need to save those. I can easily make those. I don't need those stairs. I'm sure I have spare ones somewhere. So a few days ago I mentioned it in the previous stream that Star Wars Battlefront 2015's 10th anniversary was coming up. In fact, it was like the next day or 2 days, 3 days later, I don't know, I forget. I made a post about it. I had it scheduled for a long time. And I said that I was debating if I should do a 10th anniversary like collection kind of photo for the community tab that I post to. I didn't do that, unfortunately. What it would have been was my physical copy, because it's one of the few physical games I have for PS4. Then I would have also had the Black Series Imperial Shock Trooper figure, and the 2 Lego Star Wars Battle Packs they made for it. That's what would have been in the picture. Maybe I'll do that some other time, because I still have those. I've had them in storage, so I don't need to build them again. Still some of my favorite battle packs they've ever made. And I love that game. But the reason I'm saying, like, why I'm bringing this up is the YouTuber Bombastic, who I've watched for a very long time. He initially got his start with that game, and he wants to do a resurgence just like he did with Battlefront 2 earlier this year. Made some great videos during Battlefront 2's resurgence period, and now he's thinking about it for the first game, not the second game. The thing is, not as many people like the first game, so I'm like, I don't know how successful this is going to be. I love the first game. I love them both for different reasons. They're both good games. They're very different from each other, which is why I go back to play the first one sometimes. But as I mentioned in the previous stream, I don't have PS Plus anymore, so it's like, do I really want to spend like $60? Maybe I can just get a month. I don't know. And I don't know if they've increased the prices. It's like, do I want to spend money just to play this week? I'll think about it. It's just like, I doubt it'll be, like, who knows how successful it'll be. Sure, there's a Reddit post that has like maybe a few comments on it and 100 likes or something. But what am I doing? Where am I going? Oh yeah, I'm going on the lower level. That's right. Because obviously I do not want to. Probably should put this. How wide is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8. Okay. I'll just say here. It'll just go here on both ends. It's just like, do I want to spend money to play that again? Because like I was rewatching the videos I made on that, especially the latest ones from last year and like 2 years ago, and I'm very happy with those videos. And I'm just like, the only new thing I can really do with that game video wise is play the DLCs that you could barely ever play because outside of a resurgence period, the game, like, even though it's like, I don't know, did they make those DLCs free eventually? I forget if they did. But they were a paid DLC. And I know that a lot of the players that still play it definitely have it. But for whatever reason, not enough people log on to play those. So it was almost impossible. Like, sure, I made a video on Outer Rim because for whatever reason people would play Outer Rim for like Heroes vs. Villains. And I got Cargo as well, I think, to work. And then I somehow, some way, got a Bespin video out because I somehow found a a playlist of that with all the game modes. So I played that for an hour or so. Like, the thing is, it's like, apparently, like, people still play those DLCs, but it's like, oh, you need to be in a Discord group, and they will communicate when they plan on doing an event where the members of the Discord will play the event. It's like, I'm not part of any Discord groups. I've never used Discord. I don't use any social media outside of YouTube at all. So it's like I can only play those through dumb luck. So I don't know, it might be worth it because it'll be my only opportunity to really ever play those DLCs again. The funny thing is, technically the oldest video I have on the channel... Oh yeah, my brother's coming out. I think he's in the bathroom. Okay, he was, in his own words, syringing. He had his, he had his, wisdom teeth taken out a few weeks ago? So he's still, doing stuff for that. I'm still yet to have that. Probably having to be next year, unfortunately, but I at least want them to check to see if that's actually necessary. Okay, there we go. So that's that done. I might improve how this looks. Like, obviously maybe swap these with bricks. What do these lead to? Probably just more cobble. Yeah, I can swap these out with bricks. I can do it right now, actually, because I've obviously been mining a lot of bricks. I might keep that as cobble, though, because it's like, oh, this is the floor. But then there's this, which is just more of that. Do I want? Yeah, I'll get rid of these. I have plenty of resources. Oh, I didn't break that one? Okay. Then let's do it over here. But yeah, so I'll debate it. I'll check the prices again to see if it's worth it. If I can do just a month, I'm like, okay. But, I don't know. Did I do this one already? No, I definitely didn't. Oh, and I didn't do the lower ones, did I? Okay, I did that one. I did that one. That one. And this one, okay. So now on to the real meat and potatoes. Oh wait, no, I still need to do this. You know what, I might as well do it like this. Oh wait, I already put it on this side. Whoops. Well, I was thinking about doing that anyway. Might as well put it like this. There we go. So I'm going to expand all like these, like maybe connect them together, expand that to here, and then expand it outward. Just want to show how much effort goes into this stuff. And sure, this is like the most... Is this the most time-consuming project I've done? Close. I don't know, I've done a lot of time-consuming projects on this world so far. What are some I can think of? Actually, let's grab sand. Let's grab a little bit of sand. The rest is in storage. I have plenty more from where that came from. The rest is in storage in the storage room. If I run out of pickaxes, which I feel like I will, I'll just make more. The luxury that comes with making an iron farm is iron pickaxes are dirt cheap to you. You can do whatever you want with iron. And the thing is, I don't have a beacon. I haven't killed the wither yet. In fact, I don't think I ever have, so I'm doing this by hand. No increased stats. I'm not even using enchantments. And I'm doing it in the end. On top of that. Oh yeah, I needed to keep stone for that. Dang it. Well, I have stone bricks in here, so I might as well go back and replace those. I was looking to see if it's raining outside. No, it isn't. I don't know why I thought it was raining. Maybe I'm hearing the shower. Am I? No. It's just the... Oh yeah, I forgot to turn that off. The air purifier. Should I turn that off because that's making noise? Can you even hear it? Can you hear the air purifier? Yes, you can. Okay, let's test that. Turn that off. Is there slightly less noise now?
Turn that off.
Yes.
Is there slightly...
There's slightly less noise. Okay. I did that before. I turned the air purifier off for the last one. So I'm like, it's been running consistently for days. I'm sure it will be fine being off for about an hour. How much do I need? Like, why did I? Let's just do that. I'll come back and put these away because I do not need anywhere near this much. So yeah, I'll think about it. Oh yeah, GBO2 had its major update of the month yesterday. First update in a while that's made a bunch of adjustments to mobile suits. So now certain mobile suits have added sub-weapons and new weapons and other things like that. Like one funny one which I made a post about because like they did a preview on the website for like to showcase some of the things that was going to come out this week. One of them was like, of course, the new mobile suit, and then they talked about some of, like, very few of the adjustments they were going to make. And one of the funny ones that I thought was, oh, the Zuda is getting a buff to where it now has an ability where I figured out, oh, if it goes to 30% health or less, you can now activate an extra boost that also has deals damage upon death. If you die, enemies will get damaged, which I was like, oh, that's cool. It's very fitting. It's like, I'm honestly surprised it didn't have that already. Like, obviously, Extra Boost didn't exist on anything when the Zuda was added to the game. In fact, there was like, I think the only, I don't even think there was any transformable mobile suits in the game when the suit was added. I think the first mobile suits I can think of that took advantage of the touchpad, at least on PS4. I don't know what PS5 uses for the extra button. Do they have a touchpad on that as well? I don't know. And I don't know what. I guess with PC it could just be any button. It's probably the Exam and Hades systems, and then transformation for the Hildolfer and gun tank. Not heavy weapons type. What's it called? The one from MSA Glue 2. Is it heavy weapons type? That sounds semi-right, but that doesn't sound entirely correct. I'll look it up. Gun tank. MS Igloo. Ground assault type. Okay. It's not really that similar because I was like, yeah, heavy doesn't sound right. Probably thinking heavy. That was kind of neat. Was the gun cannon. The standard gun cannon now has a rapid fire sub-weapon. So now the main cannons can rapid fire, just like the heavy arms or heavy custom can do. So I'm like, okay, so they just made the unique gimmick. Well, I guess the other unique gimmick of the heavy custom was heavy arms type. They're both this the same thing. It's just different names, different translations. I like to say heavy custom though because that's the first one I heard. Even though I think heavy arms type is the more common translation. Its other unique gimmick is overfeed, which is still unique, but it was also the rapid fire of the cannons as the sub option. Less damage, but yeah, get more shots, and with a few it will stun, just like the regular, instead of just one shot with the regular one volley. It's technically firing twice. One per cannon at once. I don't know. But they gave the gun cannon the ability to do that, the standard one, which it makes sense because it did do that in the show. The gun cannon is able to fire its main cannons at a very high rate. It's just like a Saku machine gun level, and I'm like, I don't know why you would do that, but you can. Because it's just like, you're gonna run out of ammo. But it can do that. So they now implemented that, which I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Be funny if they did that for the heavy type D, but I don't see them doing that. Okay, what was another cool buff? They gave incendiary? No, it's not fire. It's like big explosions. I don't remember. I can flipping go on the website right now and read it. But you know, like when it shoots, it makes an explosion that sits in an area for a few seconds. They gave that to the standard heavy Gundam and the advanced Hazel. And I'm like, oh, cool. I'm not sure if the advanced Hazel needed a buff, because I'm very happy with it already, but extra weapon doesn't hurt. And heavy Gundam doesn't get a lot of use, so giving it something extra to do helps. Because I haven't used the regular heavy Gundam in forever. I used to use it all the time, but then I just stopped for whatever reason. I don't even know why I did. I just stopped using it. What was another thing they buffed? I'll just read it. Go on the website. On GundamPerfectGames.com. Okay, apparently there was an issue with the Yagdoga Quest version. They buffed that, I think, and I guess there was an issue with the buff, so they must have hot fixed it. A lot of updates as of a few days ago. Unit adjustments. Okay. Well, I guess they all separated these. Let's go to support. A lot of things are just like, oh, they buffed it, like a lot of different sub-weapons, like, oh, the Sturmfaust for the Zuda is named differently now and it does more damage or has different stats. Like, it's not, now it's the Zuda's Stormfaust, and like, what's the difference? Besides damage. G-Line Full Custom. Got a buff. Yeah, the Advanced Hazel got Chain Explosion, that's right. And so did the Heavy Gundam. Like, okay, like I've had some Advanced Hazel clips for space ready for a while, and I'm like, oh wait, why did I place it here? Oh. Because apparently I made this section too short. That one anyway. How did I never notice that? I guess I'll fix that now. It doesn't matter. Why am I doing this? It doesn't matter. Because all I need to do is this. Probably won't have enough. I'll have to do it by segment. So let's say 3, 4, 5, and then this will be another wall. Oops. So I'll try to, I don't know if I'll talk much going forward in the stream, but I'll try to complete this half of the river today. So I was like, I don't want to just sit here. It's like, I want to do it on stream, but I'm like, is today a good day to stream? And I was like, I don't know if it's a good day, but it's the most fitting day, because if I talk about the potential Battlefront resurgence, it's like, it doesn't matter if I talk about it tomorrow, because it might already be happening. So it's like, okay, I'll do it today. So then, when I get to this point, I do this. To be fair, I usually actually section it off more. I think. Do I? It's been a little bit since I've done this, because this is how I made these sections like this. Yeah, then once I connect all of these, I will then branch out the cobblestone at this level onto there, and then fill that all up with cobblestone, and then put water on top of it. Though I doubt I have anywhere near enough cobblestone for that, but I'll either farm more cobble or something like that. One thing that I've always wondered about, like, the Magma Trooper was almost like the poster boy for Star Wars Battlefront, at least 2015, at least in its early days. Kind of. Like, it was between the Magma Trooper and the Shock Trooper. I would say the Shock Trooper is more now, but it's like the Magma Trooper's on the cover. The Magma Trooper is on the disc. Because it was another one of the more, it was the more unique design made for the game, because Magma Troopers didn't exist before. And they've since been used in the Marvel comics by, like, I think the Vader comics, they showed up on Mustafar, along with Lava Troopers, which are just more elite Magma Troopers. Anyway, like, he's on the cover, he's on the disc. And when Galaxy of Heroes came out on iOS and other mobile device platforms, he was the unit that they added to represent the game. I remember playing the game when he was added. I'm like, oh, this is cool. A cool crossover with another relatively recent Star Wars game. It's weird that Galaxy of Heroes still gets updates. I guess it's profitable and it's not stupid difficult to develop for, but... Okay, so once I do this, then I break the cobblestone, and then it fills up the lower levels as source blocks. Since the things above them are source blocks. This is why I have more pickaxes. And then it will also, in the process, destroy the torches that were down there. So I need to collect those. Okay, back to the Magma Trooper. In terms of merchandise, it's definitely been more... What am I saying? Oh, absolutely been the Shock Trooper, because it's much easier to do. It's the second unique trooper designed for the game. Unfortunately, it's the one that's gotten the least use outside of the game, which isn't saying much. I don't know, has the Imperial Shock Trooper with Stormtrooper armor shown up in comics? Maybe, like, I've looked into it. Maybe once. I wouldn't be surprised if they would have shown up in Bad Batch. Bad Batch ever bothered to give us regular Stormtroopers, but it never did, to my knowledge. I still haven't watched the third season. But I'm sure it didn't. I just thought that was weird. I'm like, you made a model. Use it. Okay. Like, I like the idea of, like, an in-between. It's not a new idea. It's existed before. The Force Unleashed did it in 2 different ways. Force Unleashed 1 on Kashyyyk, the Kashyyyk levels, which are set like over a decade before the time you play a Starkiller, I think. Personally, I prefer how they did it in the PS2 and Wii version, but just because the Stormtrooper prototypes that they used, like the early Stormtroopers they used in the PS3 and Xbox 360 versions, just look a little off. They just look like normal Stormtroopers to me, but then they have a weird face. The more T-shaped visor slapped into it. I'm just like, you couldn't have given this another pass at the design? It looks a little odd. I know what they were, like, I like what they were doing. Like, I like the idea, but I'm like, give them some color or something. Yeah, then I do that so I don't drown. And that's what I like about the Imperial Shock Trooper. Like, it's like, oh, that's the skin I use in the game because, like, that's what I associate the game with a lot. And I love the prequels. And it's the only prequel really reference in the game at all. outside of Palpatine's abilities, I guess. Otherwise, it's just like, oh, it completely ignored the prequels. Which is definitely a byproduct of we did not have time to add prequel content to the game, but it was also very much byproduct of the era. Disney just didn't like the prequels at all at the time. Now they're doing a lot of prequel related stuff because it's like, well, people who grew up with the prequels are now adults, so, and they're getting more love now, so that's money. We might as well do something about it. But it's like, during that period of time, it's like, oh, The Force Awakens is just becoming 10 in a few weeks. Is just episode 4 again. I don't have an anniversary post for that movie because I'm just like, even though it was good, I liked it at the time, but everything that came from it later, no. Like, I have an anniversary post, at least I think I do, for Rogue One, because I love that film, still do. And I don't mind The Force Awakens, it's just like everything that came after it wasn't very good. They fumbled it. They dropped the ball. And the only reason that really that movie was so good is because it's copy-paste from episode 4, the original Star Wars, which is an amazing movie. Even though it has its flaws, but everything does. Everything has its flaws. Nothing is perfect. Like everybody, I feel like most people agree that episode 5 is better than episode 4. But episode 4 is completely valid because it's like, oh yeah, well, episode 5 wouldn't exist without episode 4, so. Or Empire Strikes Back wouldn't exist without Star Wars, if you're gonna go with the original name scheme. But anyway, it's like, there was barely any prequel references in episode 7 either. That's one thing that bothered me about those movies. It's like, you see how creative the designs were for the prequels, which are just like, yeah, it makes sense. But it's like, and yeah, I guess if you think about it, it does still parallel the real world, because it's like, yeah, the United States has been using a lot of the same platforms for, God, like, close to 50 years for a lot of them. And over that for some. The B-52 has been in service for like 70 years. Slated for 100 years, potentially. But it's just like, with like Star Wars is just like, I don't know. I would have preferred completely new things instead of just, oh, it's a TIE fighter with a new lick of paint. Is that how you would? Is that the correct expression? And it like, yeah, it has shields, but that's barely noticeable. It has the special forces ones. I don't know what's so special about them, because they never elaborate on that really. This is just because it's more expensive, I guess. But it's like, you don't talk about their special forces at all. What are the First Order special forces like? Did we ever get to see that? I don't think so. It's like, oh, they have a rear-mounted turret, like a tail gunner. Okay, but it's like not very noticeable. And they didn't even like rip off everything. It's like there's not even a TIE bomber in the movies. There is in the comic books. There is in the TV show, but not in the film. And they never added the First Order TIE bomber to Battlefront 2. Probably because they weren't given reference material on it. I I'm sure some of them didn't even know it existed because it's in material that barely anyone either read or barely anyone even watched, because I'm not sure how many people watch Resistance. Like, I've seen things about it. It looks interesting in some ways, but I don't really have any interest in watching it. The most memorable thing to me about it was its gigantic dislike ratio on its reveal trailer. It was ridiculous. I feel like that trailer is one of the reasons that YouTube eventually deleted or removed the dislike. They didn't remove it, but they removed the fact that people other than the uploader can see what it is without like an extension. Which I find hilarious and sad. It's like, why would you remove the ability for us to see dislikes? I find that hilarious. Like, I love seeing if like dislikes are super high on something, because it's just like, oh, that's funny. It's like, I don't think any proper YouTubers were complaining about that. It was the corporations that did. Oh well. The major companies. They didn't like that we didn't like their movie trailer. Or their movie. I don't know. But it's just kind of funny. But yeah, back to the shock trooper, I guess. I don't know. That got off topic. So let's see here. So I guess now I will break the wall and this. Like, it got a Black Series figure early on in its life. It got a Lego minifig. It got a Sideshow figure. It got a Black Series helmet that I still sometimes see at GameStop, even though that's because they reissued it a few times. Oh. Too far. Okay. Should I be breaking these yet, or should I be breaking these instead? I feel like I should be breaking these instead. I feel like it's the wrong move for me to break the wall first. Probably doesn't matter, but... yeah, I don't know. But yeah, and then the Magma Trooper got nothing. And now neither of them get anything. Sure, you see the Shock Trooper sometimes with merchandise, but it's always reissues. Like, oh, the Black Series figure's been reissued, the helmet's been reissued. Even then, that was a few years ago. I'm just like, can we get better figures of those? Can we get a Magma Trooper figure? I would like that. 3 1/4, like Vintage Collection or Black Series even. They could use some updates. I don't know. I don't know how well the gaming related figures sold. They're not exclusives anymore, which I think is better, but at the same time that means they make less of them. Like, now they release the gaming figures at mass release is like just part of regular waves, or as like Amazon exclusives, I guess. They made a Amazon 2-pack earlier this year, and there's another one coming out actually, so they're not done with them. Battlefront 2 is getting at least one more 2-pack. They haven't revealed it yet officially, but someone found it, and it was posted on yakface.com, which is like the Star Wars collector forum. And it's the training droid officer. So it's the officer class. They weirdly labeled them as like what class they are, which I'm like, I guess it makes sense, but a little strange. Because I'm like, I don't think for the last pack, which was the Urban Fighter Commando and just training battle droid, I'm like, did they specify that this is the Assault class? I don't think they did, but okay. But they said Assault class Coruscant Guard, and it's the what's really cool. It's the it's the Phase 1 Coruscant Guard. I'm like, oh, that's really cool. They haven't really made any merch for that in a long time. My only question is, does it have a red mouth? Because I don't really remember if I looked at it closely enough. For it to be accurate to the game, yes, it should have a red mouth. But the fact is, that red mouth is an error, to my knowledge. That red mouth is not accurate at all. The original Hasbro figure from 2008 had a red mouth. I don't know why, because when I've looked at the renders from the show itself, I don't think they have that. So it was probably like a concept art thing, obviously, because it was one of the first Clone Wars clones released. It even used the older head sculpt before they improved it. So I'm like, maybe in concept art it had a red mouth, but they changed that when they actually finished it. Like, it is kind of funny. Like, I've talked about this before in like a community post and maybe in a stream in the past. As someone who knows a lot about Star Wars merch, which is that a thing I should be proud of? It's like, it's kind of noticeable that sometimes they took inspiration from figures. I'm like, did you just go on Google Images? Did they not provide you reference material for this? But at the same time, Lucasfilm themselves can be weird with reference material. The fact that the 327th Star Corps Trooper pauldrons outside of the officer are yellow. They're brown in the film, just like the officers. But vast majority of action figures for them, for whatever reason, produce them in yellow. And I'm like, is that a concept art thing? And they just didn't fix it until later? Because they did eventually update it after like the third release. Like, I think the first 327th Star Corps 3/4 figure came in an Evolution set in 2005 or early 2006. Still a really good figure. Besides for the yellow pauldron, it's probably the most accurate one they did. Then later they re-released that again without battle damage, because the Evolution set version is battle damaged, which makes it really cool. And pretty accurate to the movie, because a lot of those models were battle damaged in the film, which is really cool. They released so they released it in a battle pack with one of those without battle damage, 2 regular troopers, so like a kit bash of pre-existing figures. It was a figure with where the helmet is the head, and the pauldron faced the other way, which is cool because it's like, oh, that means the previous, like the guy that's just repainted the last one in that set's supposed to be Lieutenant Gale, which he got a Black Series figure this year, which is cool. I'm planning on maybe getting that, because even though I don't collect Black Series much anymore, because it's just like, oh, I don't really have space for them. That one's cool enough that I'm considering getting it myself, because that's one of the coolest clones they've made in years. So Lieutenant Gale in the movie has his pauldron facing one way, and the other troopers in the scene where they where they gun down Aayla Secura have it facing the other way. So technically, those regular troopers in that set are the only true regular troopers they've ever made for 327th, because technically the other figures are all technically Lieutenant Gale because they all have the pauldron facing that one way. That's kind of funny. But it's such a minor thing, and you can easily have them be regular troopers. That's what they're marketed as. It's just kind of funny. Then later on they released that figure, initially unchanged, I think. My brother just left to go to work, which is good because that means he won't be interrupting. Not that he was before, but that's nice. Anyway, they initially released it without any changes, even though maybe the paint quality was worse, I don't know. And then they eventually later corrected it by darkening the pauldron. This was for Legacy Collection in 2008. So I think the first release was 2005. The next one was in 2007 for 30th anniversary. If not 2006, I don't know if they, because they reissued multiple like battle packs, because that's what they called them. Yeah, I think Hasbro coined that term before Lego did. So that's something to take note of. But the first three releases, technically four, because there's two different types of trooper in that battle pack, have yellow pauldrons. Then they corrected it with the final release. Actually, technically they didn't, because, well, yeah, there actually is one more. I forgot. There's one more 327th trooper, and that is the one that came with the Gelagrub, and he is the only other figure that's supposed to represent the standard trooper. He has the pauldron facing the other way. I don't think they color corrected his pauldron, probably because he was produced before the change was made to the other figure that was released on single card that same year. Actually, no, that was he 2009 release. I think he was, now I think about it. So they just, someone didn't get the memo and didn't change the pauldron on him. That's kind of funny. So yeah, that's kind of funny. Anyway, my point is, a DICE dev must have looked on Google Images, because that's all they were given. Because they weren't given anything. And the first result, whenever you look it up, is usually one of the action figures. And as you can notice, if you've been paying attention to my rant, 90% of them had yellow pauldrons because they didn't correct it. And then they only corrected it on the late production batches of the final single card release. So, yeah, there's that. It's kind of funny. And then I'm guessing the red mouth on that Coruscant Guard, looping it back, bringing it full circle, is another case of that, where they looked at the action figure and said, "Oh yeah, let's give it a red mouth because I guess it should have that." And the weird thing about it is actually the Coruscant Guard was in the game's files for a long time before that update came out. The update that added the Coruscant Guard, I forget there was another Legion added that update. There may have been. Or unit, not Legion. They're not all Legions. Anyway. That was the update that changed how the clones worked. Initially in Battlefront 2, all the clones had specific gear on them, depending on the class, and then late in the game's life, they changed it. Some of them kept that gear, other ones got, like, they mixed them around with different units, and then they removed it from just some of them. And the weirdest one to me is the phase one's just got all of it removed outside of like the bare minimum. So like, oh, the officer still has the rangefinder, but it's like, well, that's, I don't know, was the armored officer in the game before that update? I don't know if it was. I don't think it was. I think that was the update that added the armored officer. Which, great addition. I'm happy they did that, because I'm just like, yeah, I don't want to play around as... I don't want to go into battle as a Navy officer. No! So I'm happy they changed that. But... it's just kind of funny. Oh yeah, I remember now. You can see I am not great at talking to myself and acting like I'm talking to someone else, because I will constantly make mistakes. Did he lock the door? No, he didn't. Of course he didn't. He never does. There we go. So the Coruscant Guard Phase 1 and 2, but Phase 1's the relevant one here, was in the game before that update. It just wasn't available to use. And for whatever reason, if you data mined it and accessed those textures and files, the textures were different. The proportions and the markings on the helmet were slightly different, and on the body, so it's like an earlier draft. But the weird thing is, it didn't have a red mouth. It did not have a red mouth. That was a late addition. So the error is a late addition. I don't know why. It just is, and that's so strange to me. That they decided to do that last minute. And they never changed it because barely anyone noticed that was a problem. It's not a problem. It's not a big issue. It's just like, it's technically wrong. And I know exactly where they got it from, so it's just so funny. I'm just a guy with a keen eye. It's just something funny to notice. It's really the only two I can think of. Like the 327th with the wrong Poltron color, and the Phase 1 Coruscant Guard, I was about to say 501st, with a wrong colored mouth. Both based off action figures, but it's like, I don't blame them. That's some of the first results, and to be fair, that is the best way to get a look at the Phase 1 Coruscant Guards, because they're barely in the show. And the images that are out there for them aren't very good, so I don't blame them. The renders for them aren't the best quality. And in fact, I'm not even sure if there is there one? I think there is, but like when I did research for it, it's like I'm looking at screenshots from the TV show. I'm like, this is not that good of quality. I'm gonna look at that, Let's go to yakface.com. Hot Toys 1/12, 2/12, that's cool. Did they just reveal that today? Yeah, they did. Neat. Where was this? Oh yeah, I should probably be grabbing the cobblestone. Oh yeah, when you get in the water, by the way, you can't see anything at all. Like, you can see like the void, because it has a weird texture to it, but it's like swamp water but worse, and purple or violet. I don't know. I'm not colorblind, I'm just not great with names of colors. And different shades of colors. I can see them, it's just I'm not great with naming them. god, I'm getting sucked under. Because there's still air pockets down there, so it's like... Let's see, this is from a few weeks ago. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to the second page, probably. More reissues dropping this week. Okay, I guess they reissued Black Series Rex again when they did the Power of the Primes Predicking. Okay. It's kind of funny that they did that reissue of Power of the Primes Predicking. And I'm like, oh, I thought he was a cool figure, but at this point, they're probably going to do a new one within the next, like, by the end of the decade. And I'd much rather get a figure that doesn't require stickers. And also, like, the only Predacon I really like is Razor Claw, and they might just release those separately, even though I wouldn't be surprised if he's like Commander or something and he comes with someone else. But I'd still rather only have 2 Predacons than all 6, because I just don't really care for them. I remembered, oh yeah, in the last stream, I think I started talking about when I was in the desert, that with combiner teams, it's like usually, oh, I like one member of the team, and then I like the combined form, and that's it. Oh my god. There's flipping an Enderman somewhere. Because I didn't light this up. Jesus. I haven't had to deal with this in a bit. Thankfully, I don't really think they can pick anything up outside of the sand, but it's not like they're going to put it anywhere. So let's light this up, then walk away, and then they should be gone when I come back. So if I light this up, yeah, I kind of should have thought about that. It's like, what am I seeing? It's like, oh yeah, it's Enderman. What was I expecting? Of course, if I don't light these things up, then they are going to spawn. It's not like if they somehow get rid of the sand, it's like, it's not a big deal, I have so much. But yeah, one of the things I was going to talk about, I'm not going to forget about this tangent again. The only team of combiners I like all the way is the Combaticons. I like all of their members, and I like their combined form. It's the only team I can think of where I like all of them. There's some other ones that are like, oh, I like 2 of them. But, like, it's like the aerial bots. I don't care about any of them. I care about Superion. I do not care about the components. I like First Aid for the Protected bots. I don't really even care for Defensor, really. I like Hotspot, too. It's one of the few where it's like, I don't even care for the combined form. For the Stunticons, I like Breakdown. I like Dead End. That's about it. And I like Menasor. Whereas, like, with the Combaticons, I like all of them. I like all 5 members, and I like Bruticus. And then I like the Commandos, which are just their repaint. I like all of them, too. Seacons, I really only care about, what's his American name? Nautilator? I think Nautilator is his American name, because I'm thinking of the Lobclaw, which is the, his Japanese name, because his most recent figure was a Japanese exclusive. So that's the name it goes by. I like him just because I like his design, and also that in the IDW book it was said that his voice sounded like Megatron for whatever reason, which I was like, that's a funny thing to point out, because he's never been in an American cartoon, and the only cartoon he was in, he wasn't even a character, because in Super God Master Force, I believe, yeah, the only Seacon who is any much of a character. Is that the correct? Why did I say those words? Like, like, is that correct? Who cares? I do, I guess. is Turtler, which is Snaptrap in the US. He's the only one that's a character. The rest are like mindless, and there's like thousands of them of the other ones. And he unites with his drones or whatever to make King Poseidon or what's his name? Piranacon? Yeah, Piranacon. And I like Piranacon. I like him. Abominus. I honestly don't care about the not Monstercons. Terracons? I don't like the Terracons, like, at all. They're just weird to me. Technobots. I like Computron, though he's not anywhere near my favorite Autobot combiner. Are the Endermen gone? I think so. They should be. And, is it Lightspeed? Whichever one's the bike, I like him. I don't know, I like... I don't really care that much for the Technobots either. They're not my least favorite, but they're nowhere near my favorite either. Obviously the Predacons, I like Razorclaw. That's really about it. I like him a lot, to the point where I made a video about him. I made a GBO2 Transformers themed video with him as the GM Sniper Custom Missile Launcher, or the Shimoda Squad type. Worked out really well. Like that's one of my better looking ones. It even looks like it has a lion on its head because of how the colors turned out. Or lion on its head. Lion's head on its chest. So it does look very nice. One thing I was thinking about the other night was, do I still have the thumbnails for a lot of those? Because like, I wouldn't mind upgrading them to make them better quality. Basically what I'm talking about is when you upload something from Share Factory, it usually degrades the color, and for whatever reason it degrades the thumbnail as well to like 360p or whatever. That's what it looks like. So I'm like, maybe at least like 480. It's just like, why does it look worse? It looks perfectly fine on PlayStation. Like if I go to like my media section when I look at my profile, they look fine, but if I look at it on YouTube itself, it just looks weird. So, and I realized I do have a few of those thumbnails, but I'm like, it's not really worth upgrading any of them, because it's like, oh, for like the Deluxe Insecticons, I still have Chop Shop's thumbnail. Otherwise, I don't have any of the other ones. I have Rage's thumbnail. I have the thumbnail for BotCon Ricochet, BotCon 05. I have the thumbnail for Dark of the Moon Space Case, I think. I have the thumbnail for Electro. But yeah, it's just like, it's not really worth it. Very happy with most of those videos. Like, they're pretty good. I have a video coming out this Christmas. Last year's Christmas upload was the Rage video of Euro G1, G2 Rage from the GM3. I have a Christmas video that's scheduled, which is just a video of every single reference color scheme I've ever made. Up until the day I made that video, anyway, which was late last month. No, I think it was early this month. Like, it was like the 4th, 5th, or 6th or something of this month. It's the 21st today. Yeah, it's the 21st today. So it's been a little bit. I had to re-edit it a few times because I figured out, oh yeah, I missed a few. Like, for instance, I left out, like, there's an honorable mentions section in there, which is like reference color schemes I made of mobile suits that were later added to the game, and I made them long before that. So, like, I colored my new Gundam as the mass production new Gundam long before they added the mass production new Gundam to the game. Or new Gundams, because there's 2 different types. But before they added any of those to the game, I colored it like that, and that's the color scheme I used on my new Gundam. Personally, I actually prefer the mass production new Gundam's design over the regular one. That's just me. I don't know, I just like how it looks. The regular new Gundam is great. I love that. I love it, but it's just like, something about the mass production type's design that I really like. So that's like one of them that I forgot and added in. It's like it's like a 20-minute video with like a few seconds per color scheme. And then to make it not boring, I layered different music tracks that are available to use in Share Factory. I specifically chose the ones that had the least dialogue. Still a little bit in some of them, but... And also the ones I preferred in terms of how they sounded. Just so it's not just 20 minutes of silence and a slideshow. I was like, at least add something to it. So you can listen to something while you're looking at it. I'm sure no one's going to watch that video, but I'm like, for anyone who does, I might as well do something for it. I even made one like last minute. Like, I made a new color scheme. I did a Hunter in Black Clothes Zuda off the cover. Like, forever, one of the first color schemes I ever made for the game, because I already knew about that manga, was a Zuda all in black. But it's like, no, that's not what it looks like. If I look, and I already did look at the cover, but for whatever reason I just didn't do it at the time. It was criminally easy. It was just, oh, take the gray color on the Gelgoog Cannon's default colors, put that on there, make the cockpit area red, change some areas to black, done. So I did that, instead of just being pure black. I kept the pure black one, I think. Maybe I didn't. I don't remember. Like, oh, that would be a cool video to make. If I can ever... Especially now that the Zuda has that new extra boost. I might make a video on it. But it's just like, no one ever uses the regular Zuda. Everyone uses the Zuda F. Which I think was either the unit that was added to the game when I first played it, or it was added like the week later. Was it the Cavalry that was the brand new unit? I don't remember. Pale Rider Cavalry? I forget. One of those two was one of the units that was just added to the game at the time. let's go back and look for that. It should be right around here. Gift the Galaxy with Amazon. This is not related to the... Usually, like, for the last few years, I think Star Wars has done, like, Gift to the Galaxy, which is like, oh, we reveal new things around Christmas time. I imagine if they're doing that this year, that's probably when that 2-pack I talked about is going to be revealed officially. Because I feel like the last 2-pack like that, the Urban Fighter Commando and the Training Battle Droid, yeah, here it is. It's from 10/24. Expected delivery February 2nd. So it's like they have to reveal it soon. If it's coming out in February, supposedly. I don't know how they would know that, but I guess it's just an educated guess. Maybe they had a listing somewhere without a name to it. I don't know. Star Wars leaks are so weird. Because it's like Transformers leaks, it's like, oh, it'll be very specific. Sure, they can change. Most of the time, they stay the same. It's like very specific. You can even figure out what the wave breakdown is ahead of time. Like, I was watching one of my old streams a few days ago, and I talked about Blitzwing coming out. It was late 2021. I was like, oh, like I talked about Blitzwing being set for next year, which was Legacy, the Legacy line at the time. I don't even think we knew what the line was called. Actually, we probably did because it was the Christmas event. Playing Fortnite, it was the Christmas event. So we probably did know because obviously Hasbro PulseCon would have happened already. Wave 1 would have been revealed, so I knew what Legacy was. There we go. So yeah, it's just, yeah, don't break the bottom ones first. But yeah, so it's like, we can know things long ahead of time. It's kind of funny, that Blitzwing figure was revealed, in quotations, by the YouTuber Prime vs. Prime. I don't watch his videos anymore, but basically he's well known for being like, he has connections with people, so people steal things from the factory and sell it to him so he can get a review early. And I'm just like, Jesus, guy. Like, I get it. You want to get the most views, and you're gonna get the most views on a Transformer review if it's never been reviewed before. But I'm like, you couldn't have at least waited for them to reveal it? Sure, they were kind of late on revealing it. I broke the bottom one again. Like, they were kind of late on revealing it. Why am I still doing this? But, I did it again. So yeah, that's kind of funny. I wonder if I should get overcharged someday. I've seen him at GameStop. The only time I've ever seen him is at GameStop, and maybe the collector store I like to go to, that I talked about last time, that I'm going to go to in a few days. I think I saw him there as well, along with Galaxy Shuttle. I never saw Galaxy Shuttle in stores, ever. I'm not sure if I want to get him or not. There's not a lot of space I have for my foreign characters shelf. And I'd probably rather prioritize other foreign characters than him. And I don't have space for Overcharge either. But I'm like, he is really cool. If I had to choose one, I'd rather get Overcharged than Galaxy Shuttle. Even though I don't have the Astro Train mold yet. But I plan on getting Astro Train, not Galaxy Shuttle. Do I hear a weird noise if I just stand in water? Um, but yeah, it's like if I saw him on clearance or something, because it's like he's been everywhere, or at least he hasn't sold very well. So I'm like, if I found him at Ross, I might consider it. But I don't even know if Ross is still getting things in. I haven't seen any new reports in the last few weeks. Like, one thing I'd love for them to get in, hopefully, would be the Amazon pack from last year with Bludgeon and Ruckus. I don't really care for the Bludgeon, but he isn't too bad. And I like Ruckus a lot. Oh, I broke that. And the other 2-pack, which came out at the same time, I broke that again. Breakdown and Windsweeper showed up at Ross, and I saw it at one of mine once. They had 3 of them in the front for $20, and I'm like, meanwhile my local comic shop has that set for like $45. I'm like, why would I buy this for $45 here when I can get it for 20 right here? But I wouldn't even buy it because it's like I only maybe care about Windsweeper, maybe, and that's only if I had Ruckus, because then I can complete the set, because I already have a crankcase. And to complete the trigger cons, the original toys had like a trigger gimmick to where their weapons could like swing out from their backs, or like swing out from inside them. Like Windsweeper's guns were originally stored in his arms. Crankcases were stored in his back. And Ruckuses were similar to that, or more in line with what Crankcase was doing. But was there trigger bots? I don't remember if there were trigger bots. There may have been. I don't recall. Oops. But yeah, it's just like, and I don't care for that breakdown. I already have Prime Breakdown. I don't need a weird version of him. Especially when I don't have Legacy Knockout to go with him. I don't need 2 sets of those characters. Sure, it would be criminally easy to acquire a Legacy Knockout because he's dirt cheap and he's going to be in the discount packs again this year. But, and I like him for his alt mode. I don't really care for his robot mode though. So yeah, I passed on it. If I see it again, will I reconsider it? Maybe. But it's just like, I already have Needlenose on that shelf. He's not really any different besides for his head and colors. And if they're gonna do a repaint like that of him again, I know they can do better characters. Or at least characters I care more about. An obvious one being any of the Predators. Talon would be my choice, but any of the Predators, because he had that gimmick to lock on to Legacy Skyquake, which is a reference to the original Skyquake's gimmick. So, and Legacy Skyquake is like a combination of the Prime version and his original alt mode. So the fact that they haven't done G1 Skyquake yet, besides for it's just like, obviously they haven't done it yet because he's leader class, so it's harder to find a slot for him. Likely case scenario, Walmart is probably going to have to take it if they want to make it. which, considering what they did this year, it was it was only take 2 of the figures that they were proposed to have. Originally, there was going to be a full Transformers Cybertron wave at Walmart this year, but they ended up just taking 2 of them, which were Sideways and Excellion. Cool figures, I've seen them, they're nice, but I personally don't care about Transformers Cybertron much. But I know people who do, and there was some cool, like, to be fair, I'm kind of not surprised with that outcome. Like, I am and I'm not, because I am because they've never done that before, but I'm also not because the other, oh god, dang it, I placed it wrong, and I can't, why am I hearing water? I can't take it like that. Well, maybe I can do this. If I do this, I section it off. Then I do this. Better. Nope. So now. And now this. There we go. Like, the other listings were kind of vague. Like, there was listings for, like, the slots of what would be there, and the only one that we could really decipher what it could be was Black Starscream, which is just, oh, it's gonna be, I guess, Cybertron, or it's gonna be a Skywarp version of the Cybertron Starscream that came out last year. That figure is still yet to receive a repaint, because the repaint it was going to have, was cancelled. The original Cybertron Starscream was actually a repaint of Cybertron Thundercracker, who was a completely different figure to Starscream. I've seen it once. I saw it at that collector store last year? I think so. I saw a lot of Skywarps last year, if I'm correct in thinking this is last year. Like, I saw Robot Masters Skywarp, I saw Titanium Skywarp, I saw, obviously, the Studio Series Bumblebee movie Skywarp, which I think was still on shelves at the time. I saw Cybertron Skywarp, I saw War for Cybertron Skywarp, I saw Earthrise Skywarp at the lesser local comic shop. It was like really yellowed, if you can call it that. It was more like grape purple, like a red purple. Like because it yellowed, it turned more of like a red color, or more reddish purple. What would that color be? I don't know. Grape is the most like what the outside of a grape looks like. Like the skin of a grape. California raisin. Why am I hearing that like I'm underwater when I am not? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so at least my goal for this stream will be to extend this all the way to there, and maybe fill up one of the sides. I don't know. So, like, yeah, I saw a lot of Skywarps. Is there another one that I saw that I'm missing? I never saw the retro line Skywarp from last year. That one showed up at Ross last year. I never saw it. The repaint of the G1 toy in cartoon colors. I never saw it. I never even saw it on shelves. I did see the kickback from that line at Ollie's a few weeks ago. They had like 4 of them. I forget how much it was, like either $5 or $10. I'm like, I wouldn't spend this much on these, and especially not the original retail price. I would not spend $20 or something on those. Really? It's like, especially when it's like they were on shelves around the same time the Legacy ones came out. It's like so much worse. They're not even chrome or have clear parts anymore. They're just worse looking than the originals. Trying to think. Oh yeah, I forgot. I keep forgetting that I was going to look at those pictures. Does it have a red mouth? There's only one image. I'm guessing it does. It's a little hard to see because the image quality isn't very great, but I'm gonna guess it does. Like, it's the Phase 1 Assault Trooper, then parentheses Coruscant Guard, and Battle Droid Officer, in parentheses Training. That's the 2-pack. It looks nice. If I get that other pack, the Clone Commando, then that'll be a nice companion piece. But it's just like, do I really? I'd rather they just make those into 3 3/4 instead, but I know that those don't sell as well. And they haven't made that many gaming related TVC figures. Not many new ones, anyway. They haven't made any reissues either recently. Speaking of those, this is technically a spoiler for my next haul photo, but speaking of TVC gaming related figures, last year in June I back-ordered off of Entertainment Earth the Darth Revan TVC figure, which came out only about 6 months before that. I saw him in stores once. One day my dad had to get his car looked at the shop, so we were given their like rental car or whatever to use. Like, they had a car to give to people to drive around while they were working on their car. We drove around the entire like city almost. We went to most of the Walmarts, a few of the GameStops, stuff like that. We drove around for hours, making jokes, stuff like that. That day, I saw like all of the new TVC figures. It was a few days before Christmas of 2023. Like at one GameStop, the best GameStops for stock in town, I saw the Jedi Revan and HK, not AK, 47 2-pack. I was like, oh, that's cool. And then at the final Walmart we went to, we saw the entirety of that wave. So Darth Revan, Pre-Vizsla, was it Rebels? Yeah, I think Rebels, Grand Admiral Thrawn, and a few others. I forget what else was in that wave. We saw those. But another thing we saw at that store was the Clone Trooper Battle Pack that had, was it 3 White Phase 2s and 1 Shock Trooper, or was it 2 Shock Troopers? I forget. And a bunch of, like, and a few Super Battle Droids. That set hadn't come out yet. That was a January set. but the Walmart had it out. So I was like, obviously this Walmart has already put out some stuff that shouldn't be out yet. So I was like, and that wave was fully stocked, and I hadn't seen a review of like any of them yet. So it's like, are these supposed to be out yet? And the fact that it was also a few days before Christmas, I passed on them because I was like, I don't know if I want Dad to get me anything right now, and Christmas is only in a few days. And I thought to myself, hey, I can just get them for my birthday off of like Amazon or something. I'm sure they'll still be in stock in a month. Either they weren't for normal price, or I forgot about it. Fast forward a few months, Darth Revan is like $100 on eBay for whatever reason. Previously it was like 40 on Amazon. And I'm like, geez. So when I saw that Entertainment Earth got a back order in for him, I was like, oh, I'll just back order him. So I bought that. It said, oh, it'll arrive in January. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll wait 6 months for him. Fast forward to now, because they pushed it back by 11 months or 10 months after that initial date. He finally arrived at the door a few days ago. Like, my dad told me, oh, I just got charged for this thing. Do you remember what it was? I was like, yeah, it was Darth Revan. I'm like, oh, okay. Because it's like, that was the last thing I have on order anywhere right now. So and then fast forward a few days, he arrives, and I check because like I knew eventually that back order would be fulfilled because a few months ago it was announced that they because that back order eventually sold out, and then they put it back up once it was announced that they were also doing a reissue of him with Big Bad Toy Store as well. So Big Bad Toy Store also got a pre-order for that reissue up. And I looked the other day, I was like, because I was expecting, oh, I guess he's gonna ship out in like next February, April, May, something like that, whenever it was said to be. I guess I'll get him when they do that reissue. No, because I got him now, so... And Big Bad still has their pre-orders up, still with months from now, so I'm like, okay. So I guess either they somehow did finally source stock of the original release and sent it out to people that were on the back order list, not the pre-order for the reissue list, because I'm pretty sure they just combined them, or somehow Entertainment Earth got them in already. Not complaining, I just find that funny. That's the only like brand new gaming related figure I can think of that TVC's gotten recently, and that was almost 2 years ago. Kind of surprised they haven't made a new Darth Malak yet, considering Black Series got a new Darth Malak around that time. You'd think, oh, just downscale it. Obviously, I don't think that's entirely how it works, but most of the work's already there. Like, I'm sure they could figure it out, but they haven't done it yet, so I'm like, that's a little strange. Oh yeah, I should probably get a new pickaxe, or 3, or a bunch more. I'll go grab those. Should also break this down. There's still 2 people in this chat. So that means someone else besides me, but no one said anything. Okay, the recent video I made, the bonus video for Dogs of War, is now at 10 views. Not terrible. Hope it does better. I have a short, like a cut down version of it coming out at the end of the month, because I was pretty happy with that footage. So I'm like, oh, maybe if I make a shorter version, it'll be more likely to do well, because I'd like people to see it. Initially I was thinking, can I make this into a YouTube short? But I don't really know how that works, and also I'm like, I don't think anyone makes gameplay YouTube shorts, so I don't. And like, I could get it down to like 3 minutes and like 2 seconds and be happy with it, but I'm like, I need it to be 3 minutes, so I was just like, never mind. I'll just make it a short video. Not a YouTube short video. I've never made a YouTube short. Ever. I'm still not sure if I will. There is one I'm considering, which is just a quick little like 3-second clip that I can do right now, because I have the video of it. It's a video my sister sent me. I talked about this last stream, I think, of one of her cats who was drugged with a cone around her head, and she's just sitting there, just staring at the camera, and of course at my sister, and who's holding her phone and filming her, and then she just falls back on her back, and it's one of the funniest things ever. It's so funny. Just 3 seconds, and I'm like, oh, I would love to post that. I don't think she ever has. She's never posted that publicly anywhere. And I'm just like, that would be funny, but I'll ask her about it first. And even then, I'm thinking about saving that until after. In my community posts, I've only ever made one post with one of her cats, and it was for Christmas 2 years ago. It was her other cat, who was in the Christmas tree at the time. You just see her little face poking out of it. That was a Merry Christmas picture I posted a few years ago. This would be of the other cat, the larger, older one. What was I doing? Oh yeah, making a pickaxe. Oops, well, I was gonna use those anyway. Wasn't using those planks. I guess I'll make that many. I don't think I need that much, but okay. Did I put my stone in here? Let's put that stone back. Let's grab some cobblestone. That should be good. What are we gonna need? Those. But I do have a picture of that other cat scheduled for the anniversary. I took a particular picture of her, which was for a while it's like she would sometimes latch herself like onto the door frame to my dad's room. Like she would jump and hold on to it like King Kong in a skyscraper. And but she would always be there for such a short period of time that the odds of me or anyone taking a picture of her while she was doing it was so low. But I did manage to do it eventually in this July. So next July, on July 9th, I will be posting, or the picture of her clung to the door frame will be put up. And maybe I'll post it then, or at least after that. Just because I think it's a funny picture. There's another video of the smaller cat that I'm like, oh, this would be a funny YouTube short. And it was a few months ago. I was walking into my dad's room for whatever reason. Nobody was home. Maybe just to check on if the Roomba was around or something, because it sometimes gets stuck. Or seeing if they were in the bathroom, because they liked when they're here, they like to hide in my dad's closet. like sleep on top of clothes on like the upper levels or hide somewhere on the floor. So I like to look for them. And I see that one of my dad's drawers is open. And I see her face in it. And I film her in there. I'm like, what are you doing? And I film her like struggle to get out of it, and then get out of it and hide under my dad's bed. It's a really cute, funny little video. I'm just like, oh, I'd love to post that too, but it'd probably be on the anniversary of whenever that happened. Pretty funny. Just checking to see if my thing is still recording. I'm sure it is. I don't know if it's a good idea for me to be talking this much when I'm still coughing, but like, is it really a good idea to strain my voice like this? But it's not like I have a super runny nose or anything anymore. It's just a cough that can be bad sometimes, but mostly at night, which is kind of normal. I wish it wouldn't happen at all, because it's like it's still obviously a remnant of what's been going on with me for the last almost month. But it's not too bad. I never took that Alka-Seltzer Plus I was talking about at the start of last stream from a few days ago. I ran out of night ones, so if I do take them, I take day ones no matter what time it is. I'm sure it doesn't have that big of an effect. I'm sure it doesn't matter too much. I'm trying to think. What are the gaming figures they've released in TVC since it came back in 2018, which is a while ago now. How long was it gone? I think it ended originally in late 2012, because 2013 was the 3 1/4 line for 2013 was either the start of 3 1/4 Black Series and I think the Build-A-Droid Legacy Collection wave or waves. There's technically supposed to be 2 waves of that. They got canceled, but there was enough stock of them produced. They were released on Amazon. They never came out in proper stores. I think they only came out on Amazon. It was like the return of the Legacy Collection with new packaging and new figures. But the concept of the Legacy Collection was, oh, at least the first few waves of the Legacy Collection is you got a Build-A-Droid, which was each wave, even though I've sometimes seen the same figure with 2 different Build-A-Droid parts. Maybe that's because some figures were reissued in different waves. I don't know. Or there was multiple Build-A-Droids sometimes with each wave. It just depended on what production run the figure was in, which one it would be given. I think anyway I've seen multiples of the same figure get different parts for different droids, but I could be wrong. Anyway, so they later waves then got rid of that, or maybe it's just because the Saga Legends line began and replaced it. I don't know. I don't recall. Anyway, so they tried to bring that back, but those initial releases were canceled for whatever reason. Maybe it's because either Hasbro changed their mind on it, or because Disney bought Star Wars, Disney bought Lucasfilm, something changed in the licensing department, so they were like, how about you do something else instead? I don't know, probably not, but it's kind of weird. Then it was replaced with 3 1/4 Black Series, which was worse quality than that figure line was. So that could also be because, oh yeah, these Build-A-Droid figures waves are more expensive to make. There was a second wave of those planned that never came out. Some of those figures were later released later in 3/4 Black Series. Other ones never came out. Like the Phase 1 Rex that they had planned, which was based on the BC-45, I think, Clone Trooper, which is the Clone Trooper mold they used consistently, pretty much. Well, consistently. They used it for pretty much everything outside of the ones they made for Clone Wars Season 6. Like, Commander Doom was not part of that mold. Neither was the Captain Rex that they came out around that time with. Neither was Commander Thorn. Those were all new molds. Or at least Thorn and Doom, I think, were based on each other. Which is weird. One weird quirk of that, like, Commander Doom had his, like, rank badge on his torso, as he should, kind of like what Commander Cody has. But Commander Thorn, which also should have that, for whatever reason didn't. And I'm like, he's a remold of Commander Doom. Why does he not have that? Why did you take it off? So, kind of strange. None of those figures have aged particularly well, outside of the Commander Wolf they came out with for Clone Wars Season 6, which is based on the Desert Gear, which I still wish they would retool someday to make a Desert Gear Clone Trooper. Because that figure was always probably the best of those four 3/4 Black Series Clone Wars Season 6 figures. But yeah, it's just, I still want to get that figure someday. I still don't have him. But anyway, like every figure, most figures before that, and every clone after those used that mold. But for whatever reason, that the Phase 1 Rex for that, which is part of the Build Droid Wave 2, never came out, and they never re-released it. Or they never figured out a way to release it again, which I don't really get, because I think that's before the relatively recent Phase 1 Black Series Rex, which like just came out this year, I think. That was the final Phase 1 Rex planned for release before that. After that figure was cancelled, every single Rex figure that came out was a Phase 2 variant of some sort. Which is just kind of weird. Where was I going with this? I forget where I was going with this. Hello. I always somehow find a way to get off topic. I always derail myself. I forget what I was talking about. Oh yeah, by the way, this is my end project. If you haven't figured that out yet. If you're still here. I'm doing this in the end. This is the end dimension. Can't see anything in water. That's the void. Why am I hearing that noise? I forget what I was talking about. Where was I going with that? I don't even know. It's not like that's a new topic. I talked about it. I definitely talked about that in a stream that either no longer exists, or I maybe even or is no longer public, or I maybe talked about that in literally like my first stream back from like 2 months ago. I don't remember. I'm not watching back that 5 hours. So I'm gonna turn my mic off for a second, just so I can maybe figure out where I was going. Oh yeah, that's what I was talking about. I was talking about what gaming related figures have they come out with in TVC since they brought it back in 2018. That's where I was going. I don't know why I went off of that tangent for the other thing. What's my percentage on my phone? Okay, it's fine. The funny thing about that Darth Revan figure, which of course, I don't know if you would have any... I don't know if you were here when I was talking about that a while ago. When TVC was brought back, which is Star Wars The Vintage Collection, was brought back in 2018, they initially teased that they were going to do a reissue of Saga Collection, I believe, for 30th anniversary. Maybe 30th, I think 30th. 30th anniversary Darth Revan. And I'm like, why? That figure isn't very accurate. It's not a very good representation of him, especially when the Black Series Darth Revan came out not long before that. Maybe a year or two. God dang it, I did that again. Why am I breaking them from the bottom? That's just making air pockets. So initially they planned on making doing a reissue of that figure, but then it got canceled. They just never did it, but that was their plan initially. Like, I think there was like even a promotional video they did that kind of like had that among some of the figures that like flashed by, and I'm like, yeah, all these have been released so far except this, so I don't know why that's in there. But it was something they were considering, but then they didn't do it. Fast forward like 5 years later, they finally did a new Darth Revan. I'm like, okay, so they finally decided to get around to doing Revan again. But besides him, what have they done? They've done a bunch of reissues. Like, they reissued the Republic Trooper from the original TPC. He was originally from Star Wars The Old Republic MMO, SWTOR, SWTOR. They then reissued Shavisla. They did give her a new head that was more based off her character model from the game, because the original was more kind of based off what she looked like in the trailer. I'm kind of surprised they even did that, because I didn't mind her original head sculpt. Then, what else? They did the Star Wars Battlefront 2 ARC Troopers. They did the standard one, the Umbra Operative, and the Lambent Seeker. They never did Cobalt Hero, unfortunately, because it would be nice to get all four. That seems to be a weird trend with ARC Troopers in TVC. Like, they did, for Rain Corps Battalion, they did Commander Colt, Commander Blitz, Commander Havoc, but they never did Hammer. But sure, he's the most obscure of those four. He's on the screen the least. But he's still in the episode. And ironically, up until, was it last year? I think it was last year. He was the only ARC Trooper in all of LEGO. He was the only LEGO ARC Trooper for like over a decade. Now they've made they made fives as like a special minifig. Like was it last year? I don't remember. For a big anniversary, I think maybe like 25th anniversary of LEGO Star Wars, they did a bunch of sets, and each of the special sets came with an extra minifig. Usually a special character. So like one came with Darth Malak, one came with Fives, which is the newest ARC Trooper they did. Though I don't think he had a new head sculpt. Like he didn't reuse the old ARC Trooper helmet, probably because they got rid of that mold because they never used it again. I wonder if LEGO still has the ARC Trooper mold. I kind of doubt it, considering they haven't used it since 2012. Yeah, I think that was the final set that helmet came in as well. It's kind of funny. Like, it was weird, like, 2012, 2013, they were introducing, well, I guess technically, the ARC Trooper helmet was introduced either 2011 or like 2010? I don't know. Like, for the Clone Wars line, LEGO introduced a lot of, I don't know, maybe not a lot, but they've introduced a few new LEGO clone helmets. They never used them outside of those sets. The ARC Trooper helmet never got used again past that point, which makes sense. You need to make a Clone Wars themed set, but I'm like, you can't think of one. Like those would have come really in handy a few years later when you did the Geonosis battle pack, but they never did that. So that the fact that they decided, let's just recolor the troopers we did for the Utapau pack from a few years before, which was Phase 2s and Airbornes. It's like, let's do those, but in desert camo. I'm like, these aren't from anything. You just made these up. Okay. When there's desert camo figures right there, you have the helmet for it. Did you throw it away? Did you get rid of it? Because that's the only explanation to me for why they chose those instead of something from actual Star Wars, like on screen. I saw that someone else joined. I'm only seeing myself right now, but maybe that's just because I haven't. Let's go back. Nope, it's still just me. Maybe no one's there. It's kind of weird. Like, sometimes it bugs out. Like, it shows me there's either more comments than there really is, or there's more people than there really is. That's not unheard of to me. That's happened many times before. Like it clones it or something. It's weird. So maybe there isn't any 2 extra people anymore. I don't know. It doesn't tell me when they leave. It just tells me when they join. Probably just didn't want to hear the nonsense that I'm spouting about. The only people it makes sense to are people like me. How long has this stream been going? 2 hours ago? This is already longer than my other one from a few days ago. 5, 6 days ago? I didn't realize it's been so long, and I've barely done much. But I guess that just shows you how long it takes to do this project. Especially this phase of it. That's why I only plan on doing about half of it, or at least completing this center lane, and then maybe filling this side. Maybe. Oh, wait. Dang it. Why is it like this? Let's go back on topic to that. But what's some other gaming related TBC figures they've made? They've, like, in terms of after 2018, trying to think. They did the, like, they've done a few new ones, but like they're mostly like slight retools of pre-existing things. Like they did the Jedi Survivor, Jedi Fallen Order Heavy Stormtrooper. It's just a Stormtrooper with a black pauldron and a minigun, which I'm like, that's really cool. Finally, nice to get a Z6 rotary blaster that doesn't fire missile outside of the one that came with that one Rex from 2013 that only released in Europe. Or outside the US anyway. It came out a few other places. Only came out in test markets is probably the more correct thing to say. It's always weird when that happens. So what can I do? I just... What do I do? How do I fix this? Do I have to, like... That's not doing anything. Dang it. I probably should not have messed with this. Not yet, anyway. Is that all? Yep, that's all I needed. go. Then they did the Jedi Fallen Order, or Jedi Survivor Scout Trooper, the Jedi Survivor Magna Guard, the Jedi Survivor like they've done actually a lot beyond reissues. To be fair, actually, there wasn't that many things to reissue. The Jedi Survivor security droid? What are they called? I forget. KX, I believe. They did Jedi Fallen Order Purge Trooper with Electro Staff, the Battlefront 2 Heavy Battle Droid, they did the Jedi Survivor Imperial Rocket Trooper, which I'm just like, wish you did a different one. It would have been much nicer if they did the Battlefront 2 one, because that's based off Rebels, whereas the Rocket Trooper from Jedi Survivor is like a slight upgrade on what the Battlefront 2 Jet Troopers used to look like. Basically, in Battlefront 2, when it first came out, and even to this day, because they never removed it, it's just not the default option anymore. Basically, in early development of the game, they initially wanted to use the Sky Trooper from Star Tours, I think The Adventures Continue. Is that what it's called? Because that weirdly sounds like, that subtitle weirdly sounds like an Indiana Jones movie. Or a TV show. Or is that the name of an Indiana Jones ride at Disney? I don't know. Anyway, but like last minute, I imagine the reason they were going to use the Sky Trooper is because Rebels was still in production when that game was in development, so they probably weren't given, they weren't made aware that Rebels had a Jet Trooper design that was different from the Sky Trooper. So they were informed of that late, so they like weirdly combined the two because they didn't have much time, so they made a weird abomination of the two. And basically, the one from Survivor is just that weird abomination they made out of desperation, but slightly improved. Slightly. So it's less obvious that it's Rebels Jet Trooper, but at home. So, they later fixed it like 2 years later, and they made, and Black Series did get that. However, they mainly did that because they already had a Rebels Jet Trooper in Black Series, so they just repainted it to be not the Commander. They made it the standard pure white version. What's another one? I'm trying to think if there's any more. Is there any other TBC gaming figures I can think of? They may be coming out with, if it isn't out already, a rocket launcher, like a heavy weapon stormtrooper with a rocket launcher. That might be coming out. Maybe. That might also be Black Series, though. I think that already came out. So I think a TVC one is coming out soon, maybe. But like, it's usually like boring things like that. I'm like, give me something more unique, more interesting. Like, I would like something more interesting in the line than just, oh, it's a stormtrooper, but slightly different. Like, like with a different weapon. The funny thing about the Scout from I don't remember if they did a. They could have maybe also done a Jedi Survivor and Jedi Fallen Order Scout Trooper. Those may have been two different figures. I think they were, actually, now that I think about it. The Fallen Order one was single card. The Survivor one was in a 3-pack, but also still carded in the 3-pack. The only difference is, one has a shield, one doesn't. Otherwise, they're the same. And what's weird about them is they came out like just as the like only a few months before the 40th anniversary of Return of the Jedi Scout Trooper with speeder bike came out, which gave them the Scout Trooper a new helmet. I don't know if the mold has changed otherwise. We've pretty much had the same 3 3/4 Scout Trooper mold for like 20 plus years now. I would say 21 years now. It's practically been the same. Though more recently they've been modifying it to give it slightly better articulation, but it's still the same base figure at the end of the day. New head now, but it's the same body. Better, like, I think they just changed the head on that release. I have that one because like it was pretty cheap at Walmart. They wanted like initially like 40 something bucks for it, but it got reduced to like 20 something eventually because it just wasn't selling well. And then this year they came out with that one again, like I guess 2 years later. So, but it's like that one just left store shelves. It felt like, not really, but almost. Like it's only like a year between them. A year of no Scout Troopers between those. And they came out with it again as part of the Trooper Pack they came out with this year, which was they improved the hips on it. Otherwise, I think it's exactly the same as the speeder bike release from a few years ago. So I'm like, okay. And it came out in the same set as the brand new Sand Trooper, which I'm like, oh, that's cool. Don't know why you didn't release that single card. For all I know, they're probably going to release that single card with a different pauldron color, though, because that was the commander in the pack, which is another funny thing. Basically, there's multiple Sand Trooper ranks in the original Star Wars movie, designated by pauldron color. The commander is the orange one, but it's also the most iconic one, so it's usually the one that gets released as a figure first. This isn't much of a they use toys as reference type of issue. But it's not as big of an issue anymore in the first EA Battlefront, because they later added the ability to swap the pauldron with something else. Though I don't know if that makes it not a Sand Trooper anymore. I don't think it does. I think it might still be a Sand Trooper. If you're on Tatooine, it won't be a Sand Trooper if you're on another map, but it might still be a Sand Trooper if you're on Tatooine. Just a different pauldron. But in Battlefront 2, it is an issue, because every single Sand Trooper, which is the only Sand Trooper that exists in the game, is the Heavy class. The Heavy class used to have, I don't know why they did this. I'm not complaining, because, I love Shore Troopers. I wouldn't mind using Shore Troopers on different maps. But it's just like, in the final update for Battlefront 2, they decided to make the Imperials outfits not map dependent, which I'm just like, now you get to see Snow Troopers on the Death Star, or Hoth even, which is even worse. Or actually no, probably the worst one would be Scarif. Why are you on a tropical beach wearing that outfit? But anyway, it's like the heavies, and only the Heavy class, would have the Sand Trooper as an alternate skin on Tatooine. And it has an orange pauldron. So every Sand Trooper in that game has an orange pauldron. They never gave the ability to change that. Technically, the default grunt version of a Sand Trooper should have a black pauldron. So That's kind of weird if you think about it. Most people never think about it, of course, so it's not really the biggest issue in the world. It's just like, it's kind of weird when you notice it. When you notice that strange thing, it's like, this is a lot of commanders. Or squad leaders. Who's actually in command here? The officer. Of course, but it's just kind of weird. It's just a little strange. Thankfully, there's less space between there and the wall over there, so I should hopefully be able to complete that segment quicker, and then I can move on to one of these sides. Oh, I don't... That's a problem. Oh well, it's not like there's more... there isn't water sources, because if I take water from this, if there isn't a block under it, it's going to make an air pocket, or like it's going to affect it. So I don't want to do that. I've ran out of inventory space. What to do with that? I think what I'll do is start placing some of it, and then come back and hopefully it's still there. I don't need to press it every time. Just hold it down. I thought this was less space, but it might be about the same, if not more. I do not want the cobblestone to go to waste, even though I have unlimited of it. But it takes time to get more. What's going on out there? It's just somebody's headlights. Is there any other ones I can think of? Not really. I'm sure there's one I'm blanking on. But anyway, thought I heard a knock on the door. But nobody's there. Weird. I was like, is my dad home? He's not gonna be home, I think, for another half an hour at least. One thing I was going to bring up was how gaming grades, which is what they label most of the gaming figures that come out nowadays as, at least everything that isn't TVC, they don't label them really that anymore. Actually, they might, because it's really on the back of the, it's like on the card back, not like the back of the card where like the cross cell is, that shows what everything else in the wave is, if it comes out in a wave. That's usually where they put that. They don't put that on the front. Usually. If they even, I don't even know if they still use that branding in TBC anymore. I know they did for a time, like that's what the first few were. But I don't know if they stopped that after the Battlefront ARC Troopers, which didn't really sell all too well. But one thing that uses that branding is Funko Pops use that branding. I don't know if something else does. But generally, like if Funko Pops do the same thing, like it seems Lucasfilm, like the choices they make are not generally up to what, like for that line, it seems like Lucasfilm gives the license holders, the licensees, like different, like a selection of characters to make merch of when it comes to gaming grades, because they all make the same ones. So like for instance, Black Series, they gave us the Battlefront 2, they gave us the Battlefront 2 Jet Trooper, like Clone Jet Trooper, which is the 501st Jet Trooper from Clone Wars Season 5 and 7. That's the default appearance from later in the game's life. So that's why they chose that one instead of making the maroon. Is it maroon? The reddish one. Instead of making the red one, which I think was supposed to be like the part of the 87th Sentinel Corps. The troopers on Naboo from the beta, and by default, at least until they changed the clone skins to add those as proper skins. Oh, that's gonna be a problem. Actually, why am I doing it this way? I was doing it the other way before. Why am I doing it vertically? I should be doing it horizontally. Yeah, so Black Series gave us that. And later on, so did Funko Pops. Black Series gives us 13th Iron Battalion. So did Funko Pops. So on and so forth. They pretty much do the same ones. Maybe Hasbro does it first, then Funko does the same thing. They give us Delta Squad, so does Funko. One weird one was Funko also did the Umbra Operative ARC Trooper, just like Black Series did, but unlike Black Series and TVC, which used the Phase 1.5 designs of what would be in the game the Phase 2 design, which is also a weird one. 'Cause technically, in the game, there's Phase 1, which is just a standard Phase 1 helmet, and then there's Phase 2, which is the Phase 1.5 helmet from Clone Wars Season 3. Not the proper Phase 2 helmet, it's the Phase 2 prototype. It's like we never see this style of ARC Trooper with a standard Phase 1 helmet. Dang it. Missed. The only, like, and then, like, around that time, later they'd made, like, Hasbro made a Black Series ARC Trooper Commander from the 2003 series, but they just repainted, weirdly, Echo, specifically. Why am I doing it like this? They repainted Echo because his pauldron, or his ammo pouch is on the other side. It's on the wrong side. And then gave him a new Phase 1 helmet with a rangefinder. I don't know if that was the helmet they repurposed for the Phase 1 Rex that just came out, or if they somehow decided to make another Phase 1 helmet with a rangefinder. But anyways, like, that's the only other place I've seen that, and that's only because Hasbro was being lazy. Like, it's cool to think, oh, maybe that's what he would look like if he showed up in the actual, like, 3D Clone Wars TV show. Even though he does have a... They did make an action figure of him in the 3/4 line for 3D Clone Wars. And yes, I know his name is Fordo, but none of his merchandise has ever referred to him as that. And I think I talked about this in either the last stream I did, like the first streams I did back, or some other time. It's like, I'm pretty sure that name came from, like, Star Wars Insider, or some Star Wars official Star Wars magazine. It was never said on screen. His name, they don't even get his, like, rank correct between the scenes. Like, sometimes everyone referred to him as, like, Commander, sometimes referred to him as Captain, which I'm like, Captain makes sense because he's red. And obviously this was going off of, like, Episode 2 logic. But so they had to be like, oh yeah, well, he's the commander of this unit, but his actual rank, like, he's squad commander, but his rank is captain. He's not an ARC commander type thing. So that's kind of funny. But yeah, he's never named on screen. I don't even think, like, it was intentional for him and the one guy in the clone on Coruscant that holds the line against, like, 1,000 battle droids for a few seconds. I don't even think those were supposed to be the same character initially, but they later retconned them to be the same. So, because he's not the only clone that looks like that on the Battle of Coruscant scenes. Stacey Tin's commander, if that's who that's supposed to be, looks very much like that, except he doesn't have the BARC Trooper-esque visor. but he also looks like that. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of funny. Like people love that character, and I like him too, but it's like, is he much of a character? Like, all you know about him is what you see on screen, which is some cool stuff, don't get me wrong, it's some really cool stuff, but you don't really get to know him. I guess that was the point with the clones in that series. Like, yeah, they're very much professional, by-the-book soldiers. They don't mess around, they don't goof off, they don't have personalities of their own. They're pretty much just living droids in that series. Proficient killing machines. And that's cool. But it's like, in terms of like, and then everything else, it's like, oh yeah, people say, oh, like he was supposed to be awarded this medal, but then he refused it and gave it to his lieutenant who died during the Battle of Munilist. And it's like, yeah, cool, but that definitely comes from that magazine interview, or that magazine article that described him as a character. They made that up for that. That is not something, because he doesn't even show up in any books, to my knowledge. Like, he doesn't show up in anything outside of the TV show. Like, he was not put in any of, he wasn't put in like the Republic Commando books, he wasn't, or anything like that. He's only in the TV show. Only in the 2003 micro series, that's it. So it's like, and I guess you could say like, oh, that's why, like, people love Revan and he's just as deep of a character. I'm like, not really. Like, for a while, maybe they were kind of similar, but like, no, Revan has his own book. Revan, like, has been explored deeply, or at least was, and is a very much more interesting character than Fordo really is. It's like, yeah, he's a cool leader of a clone unit, that's about it. He's a cool guy, don't get me wrong, he's awesome, but there's not much depth there. I have to stress this enough. I love this. I do like that character. I don't hate him. I'm just pointing out he's not the most interesting in the world. Like, I have one weird thing that I found weird that they never reissued. Like, a few years ago they did the for Lucasfilm 40th or 50th I think 50th Lucasfilm? For Walmart, they did some figures based off the Clone Wars micro series. The Jedi from that wave did not sell well. I saw those at Wally's for like 2 years, it felt like. Luminara and especially. And then maybe I saw Barris or Ayla once or twice. Also at Ollie's or Ross. The clones from that wave sold well. The battle droids probably sold well. I never saw them on clearance. In fact, I don't think I ever saw... Well, did I ever see those on shelves? I don't think I did, normally. Outside the Jedi, I don't think I ever saw the clones or the droids. Or the droid. But basically, the ARC Lieutenant, or ARC Trooper and ARC Trooper Captain from that wave, and yeah, still ARC Trooper Captain. He was not... He's only ever been referred to as ARC Trooper Captain or ARC Commander. ARC Trooper Commander, that's it. He's never been referred to by name. Ever. In merchandise form. At least when it comes to Hasbro, anyway. Which might even be the whole reason he exists. I think the ARC Troopers came to be in that series because supposedly Hasbro wanted to make a special clone figure. I think that's something I heard for why ARC Troopers exist at all, like in real life terms. So that's something kind of funny to think about. Like, Hasbro might be the reason he even exists at all, so... Anyway. I was like, why did they never reissue the Arc Commander figure they did for TVC, which those were repaints of. It's basically just that figure, slightly different paint apps, but also came with 2 sets of gear, like 2 different outfits. So you could give him the outfit that of the guy that faced off, that held the line for a few seconds on Coruscant, which of course was later retconned to be him, because I don't think that was intentional in the production. Maybe it was, maybe, like, I remember, like, was it intentional that Commander Appo and Commander Thyre are these specific clones or whatever in Revenge of the Sith? Because they don't look any different from their troopers. Like, Commander Cody looks different from the rest of them. Commander Gree looks different from the rest of them. Bly and Bakara, Bly doesn't, because the regular 91st Trooper was cut from the movie, and the only other guy we see next to him is another BARC Trooper who looks just like him, so that's... He technically doesn't. Technically. Bly looks different. And then Bakara is debatable. He looks different if you're not paying attention to everybody else. But technically, I think if you look closely in the background of the Megiddo scene, you see someone who looks just like him in the background. So it's like, does he have a unique outfit or does he not? So that one's debatable. But I remember there was one guy, like when I mentioned that, it's just pointing it out. It's like, might as well not be them. I remember there was, in like a YouTube comment section, there was some guy who like sent me a hate message or something. Not a hate message, but like got kind of angry with me for even suggesting that it might not be, like, of course it's that character. They pointed out in the Revenge of the Sith novelization. I'm like, okay, but, or they pointed out in the original script, and I'm like, okay, I get that. Like, the script more reasonable, but it's like, novelization, I'm sure there's a decent amount of people who have read that. But how many people have read the script? Not many. And when it comes to the final product, they do nothing to denote this is that character. They don't even denote that character exists. They never say their names. To be fair, they never say Bly's name either on camera. Originally in the script they were going to, if the early cuts of the Order 66 scenes are to be believed, which they are because they're official. Basically, Ayla Secura was going to say, like, if she's sensing, like, a disturbance in the Force, and she would ask Bly, like asking a question, like, what are you doing? Like, they're sneaking up on something, he's behind her. She asks his name, and then they start shooting her. So that's the original script, at least when going off of the direction for those, like, previs versions of those scenes. So it's not like these names didn't exist in production. They did. They just were never used outside of Cody. Cody was the only one ever named on screen out of the commanders, anyway. The only other one I can think of that's named on screen in that movie is Oddball. And what's kind of funny about him is it's later said, oh, Commander Oddball, and it's like, because there was some source that was like, any clone who has a name is like a commander or went through like Alpha 17's training program, and I'm like, this is not something they were flipping thinking about when making the movie at all. Alpha 17 was not a character I don't even think George Lucas made. That was for the Dark Horse comics. He's like, he's kind of like he's like Proto-Rex almost. Not a friend of Anakin's really, but associate. Like they go into battle with each other a few times. And originally in Clone Wars development, 3D Clone Wars, it was going to be Alpha 17, but they decided to make it a different character instead because they had Anakin, Ahsoka, R2, which could be pronounced as AR, and then maybe like TOO, as if, like, if you're like to spell out how you say it. or TWO. It'd make more sense if it's TWO, but I'm just trying to think of how it was written down. So it's like, George Lucas was like, too many A's. Even if R2 is debatable. So they decided, let's make him a different character. I don't know if Ahsoka was originally named Ahsoka during that stage of development. She may have been like Ashla or something at the time, but that's something. So, so yeah, it's like Rex pretty much is Alpha 17. Not really, but like he replaces Alpha 17 in that scenario. He's definitely like inspired by him in some way. Maybe not like canonically, but because I don't even think Alpha 17's canon anymore. but real life wise, definitely. But yeah, Alpha 17's training program. Pretty much every clone commander in the original Legends continuity apparently went through that. That's why that's where they get their names, supposedly. Not like they can't just think of nicknames for each other and they become their names. Okay, that makes far more sense, and that's probably what they had in mind, but initially to begin with. But one of the book authors, which I don't know where that came from. I wouldn't be surprised if it came from the Republic Commando novels, though, because a lot of like deep clone lore comes from that. So it's just kind of funny that, like, yeah, I guess he was later said to be the commander of the fighter wing or whatever. I forget what was the name of the squadron. They had a special name. Not Ghost Squadron, because there's Ghost Company. I don't know. Whatever their squadron name was, he was said to be the commander. I'm like, okay, that makes sense, but it's not like he's a commander like rank wise. He's just flight squad leader. But it's just like, but still, it's just kind of funny. It's like, why does every character who gets named on screen have to have a high rank or something? Like, I don't think every clone would, outside of a command role, would want to be known as blank digit code here. Like, I don't think they'd want to be known as that, so it's just kind of funny. It's like, really? You thought... I don't know. Where was I going with this? I don't even remember. Oh yeah, because I was talking about Fordo, that's his name. That's the name he was given by that magazine. Even though he's never been referred to that by any Hasbro source, anyway. I don't know, maybe like a bust of him has been called that, or maybe a high-end action figure, maybe, if those exist for him. Something like that. Might give him that name. Maybe. I'm not sure. But anyway, one of the, just like last year, I plan on doing a top 10 things I acquired this year, and one of the cool things I acquired earlier on this year was that TVC Arc Commander. He's still pretty pricey today, even though it's like, yeah, he's not the latest Fordo, saying that in quotations. It's like, yeah, that's his name, but but it's like, it's not like they ever say it. It's not like it's used anywhere outside of the wiki, really. I finally picked up that guy for about 50-ish, I think, off Mercari earlier this year. Like, I had one liked And there was one around that time that was carded for about the same, maybe like 60 carded. I'm like, oh, that's a really good deal for that, because they're usually like, sometimes he would go for like 100 loose and even more carded, which is kind of ridiculous. But anyway, but I found them for like 70 or so loose. I liked it, and then one day, a few days after that carded one sold, which I was intending on maybe getting, I got an offer for it for like 50-ish. How much was it? I'll look it up because I'm sure I can still find it. I might as well check other stuff while I'm here. What's the status on this? Okay. If it's there, it might be here. Well, it might arrive here tomorrow, but it's not going to be up for delivery. So yeah, I'll probably hear Monday. Looking at something that I ordered on eBay relatively recently. Let's see. How much was he? Yeah, 50 bucks. Like, a really decent deal for him, considering, if I look for him now, I, for some reason, never, like, sure, I probably still have Arc Commander as a save tab on here, because, like, I never got that Commander Blitz. Never got around to him. But yeah, recently on Mercari right now, there's 2 of that Arc Commander figure, VC54. 2 of them together for like 140 bucks. So let's say you split that in half. Say, that's about 70 per figure. So if you think about that, I got an okay deal on that. And usually it's like 75. Maybe more. Let's see. How much? Let's see if I can find one. Because he is still a very rare figure. How much is he? Is there even any on VC54? Let's see, 54B, VC 54. Let's see, carded ones, 85, 90. Someone's trying to sell it for 217. Good luck with that. And then a loose one sold recently for 52. It was originally 70. If I go to eBay, Star Wars VC 54, 100 carded, 185 carded, 209 carded, 109 carded, 70, or like that's 80 loose. It's the same. And there's also that listing that was on of the 2 of them. 80 carded. So yeah, a pretty alright deal. Someone's trying to pass off the Arc Captain from a few years ago as that. Nope, that's not happening. Yeah, stupid amount. So got him for pretty good deal. He was one of the, I don't know if he was one of the later original TBC figures. He came out around the same time. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention one of the other reissues they did for TBC gaming related figures. They reissued Force Unleashed 2 Star Killer. He came out originally around the same time that Arc Commander did, and he had the same gimmick of, oh, you got 2 sets of gear, so you could choose what version you want. So with him, it was phase 1 or phase 2. Even though the paint job was definitely more designed with phase 2 in mind, like in terms of what the figure's body was like. And obviously, that was the first and so far only figure, to my knowledge, of phase 2 Fordo. It's the only figure of him. So obviously they prioritized that. Even though he wasn't packed with that, and that's not what the card back had. And with Starkiller was, do you want to have him with the gear he has when he lands on Cato Nemoidia, or do you want to put armor on him to make him look kind of like his look in the final levels? I'm saying kind of because it really just looks like that from the surface, but really that's not what he looks like in the game. He's not the flights. He's not wearing the flight suit with the armor on top of it. Those are entirely different clothes, so it's not like the most effective use, and that's probably why they don't do that gimmick really anymore. That's why they really only did it that few sets of times when they tried it out with a few figures. Same with that Fordo. It's like, it's definitely more designed with phase 2 in mind, and that figure and that Starkiller is definitely designed with that flight suit look in mind. But you can make him try to look like one of his different looks if you want. Because really, it's like, yeah, it's not perfectly accurate in the phase 1 look for him, because it's definitely just, oh, this is what he looks like in phase 2, just with phase 1 armor. So now it's like, oh, that phase 1 armor is kind of useless now, because that they repainted it to look more accurate to what it looked like in the show with that outfit on. And they didn't even give you the phase 2 armor. And I'm just wondering, like, when they produced this figure and they produced the standard ARC Trooper or ARC Trooper Lieutenant, did they like just leave these parts as like waste plastic, or did they like cut these out of the mold? I'm kind of curious, because it's just like interesting. So I wonder if those parts were produced anyway, or if those were like on a different runner. Curious. Oh yeah, I was talking about, why did I get on a, oh yeah, because of the, I remember now. Because I was talking about the Umbra Operative, and for Funko Pops they decided to give him a phase 1 helmet instead, and it reminded me of, obviously, the fact that that's an option in Battlefront 2, but also that's what that weird Fordo figure looks like from Black Series. Would have been much better if they just waited. Like, obviously, they had to make it at the time because, hey, it's 40th, it's the only special occasion to do it. But it's like, it would be much better if they did it now by just repainting Rex, because that's way closer. It's not like they hadn't done that before. His only figure in the original 2008 Clone Wars line was a repaint of Rex as well, and that came in the ARC Troopers Battle Pack, also with Rex. And in concept art versions of Havoc and Blitz, or not Blitz, and Colt. Because that pack came out like a year before the episode did. They were still working on the episode, I think, when that, or they were like still in some form of production when that set was being made. Where I was going with that. One thing that's kind of promising, even though it's more promising for Black Series than it is TBC, because you know, I'd love them to make it in TBC. Who knows if they will. Recently, like obviously, in Sideshow made, or not Sideshow, Hot Toys made a Lord Starkiller, which is like his look from the Ultimate Sith Edition cover and Hoth DLC that came with it. They made that finally. It's the first piece of merchandise ever. They made it as a Hot Toys figure last year, and then there's a Funko Pop coming out for it now, in the Gaming Greats Funko Pop line. So I'm like, if that's coming out for Funko, and Funko usually does the same things Hasbro does for Gaming Greats, then Hasbro is probably also working on a Lord Starkiller. Probably. Not guaranteed, but probably. So I'm like, I really hope they make a vintage collection one. I would love that. It's like one of my most wanted figures of all time. The closest thing we've had all these years is the I don't know what they called it, Sith Lord, I think is what they called it, just generic, just Sith Lord. It's his look from like the bad ending cutscene, where he's strapped to the table, and you also fight that version of him in the Jedi Temple DLC of the game if you're playing on the current gen hardware at the time, not the PS2 Wii version. You fight him as a boss, as like an illusion of what you will become if you follow down a dark path. That's as close as we've had all these years officially, and now we might be getting something better, which is cool. That figure is cool, don't get me wrong, but it's definitely dated. It was made before the game even came out, and so it's based off concept art for it. Not that it's that far off, it looks pretty much just like how it does, but sculpt wise it's not so great. But they weren't given like 3D models to scan and stuff like that. That's not how it worked back then. 2007, 2008, they didn't do that. They sculpted it. They were given reference material, and the sculptors tried their best to make it look like that. And it looks alright, but it could definitely look better. I wouldn't mind them remaking that too, if they'd be so nice, but kind of doubt it. What was that noise I just made with my mouth? Something in the back of my throat, I think. But so we'll see. I think, like, I was talking about how Star Wars leaks are kind of weird sometimes compared to Transformers ones. Like, I was probably talking about that almost an hour ago. Like, talked about how, like, oh, like, with Transformers we can know almost everything outside of exclusives for like a year in advance. And even we'll know some of the exclusives, it's just some of them will elude us, but a good amount of them we'll already know about. Like, apparently, I don't know what Walmart's taking for exclusives next year. I'd imagine that originally the 86th anniversary, like the Transformers the movie anniversary wave was going to be theirs initially, because I think it's still labeled as capsule, and that's what they use to label for Walmart stuff. But apparently that might be going to Target instead, which I find strange, because they've never really taken full waves, exclusive waves before. That's usually what Walmart does. That's assuming they do that now. I think Hot Rod's gonna get a reissue there. A bunch of other figures are gonna get reissued with maybe slight updates in that set, in that wave. I don't know if any of them are gonna be brand new. One weird one is, oh, they're gonna make Starscream. A new Starscream is going to be exclusive to Target instead of Thundercracker and Skywarp. Those two are mass release. Thundercracker coming out first, Skywarp will be a later wave, and then Starscream is coming out as an exclusive. That's the opposite of what they normally do. When Earthrise came out, Starscream was the first release, as you would expect. He was the mass release, and then Skywarp and Thundercracker came in a 2-pack. I don't know if I'll get any of the new Seekers. I don't really care for them that much. Just weird. They look strange because how cartoony they are. They're very much based on, well, obviously the cartoon model, but also the latest Masterpiece Seeker, which was... They very much are mini masterpieces, pretty much. They look just like those. I'm like, I always thought that new Masterpiece looked a little off. Any of the newer Masterpieces, really, that are like super cartoon accurate, I always thought they looked weird. Especially next to the older ones. I'm like, these older ones are more of like a... They're very much based on the original designs, and but they're still like a modernized take. Kind of. Like, they're the original design, but obviously done with like a modern art style lens. Kinda. I don't know, it's confusing. They're more detailed. They're not really different, they're just detailed. They have more details than the originals did. And they look great. But then they were like, nope, let's scrap this and let's make all our modern masterpieces into very much just, oh, let's make it look just like it does in the show. Like, let's make, it's like Robot Spirits for anime. And I'm like, where I like Robot Spirits for anime because it's like, oh, at least I don't collect that many Gundam stuff, so, and I'd rather not build the model kits if I can. So I get those instead of model kits most of the time. Some things I get instead because I know that it'll take them forever to make that into one of those if they ever do in the first place. But yeah, it's just kind of interesting. But with those, it's like, no, like you look at the first Masterpiece Bumblebee, look at it, then compare it to the newer one, and I'm like, what the heck is this? This looks so much worse, to me, at least. And then some funny ones are like, oh, like, they used to do, initially when they started experimenting with the more anime look, they just took their current Masterpiece figures at the time, and they just gave them more anime-esque colors. So, like, Sideswipe, they took, the original Masterpiece Sideswipe had black windows, some other slightly different details. And then for the special release, like a few years later, like the re-release, they gave it blue windows and some other slight changes, like maybe a white face instead of a silver one, or a gray face, something like that. Like slight minor changes. They did that also with Wheeljack. It was like their MP number plus, I believe. It's usually what they would label them as. And it's kind of funny because they're kind of doing that again. They didn't bother making a new Masterpiece Soundwave because how can you improve upon perfection? They're just doing what they would used to call like MP. Was he MP12? Whatever is MP number plus. So they're just making a plus version. This isn't a plushie. What am I talking about? Speaking of plushie, one thing that was kind of funny that I saw the other day, Shadow the Hedgehog is doing a collaboration with, what fashion brand or whatever was it? I still have the picture. It's only a few days ago. Timberland. Like the boots. Tim's. They're doing a crossover with Shadow the Hedgehog. And the weird thing is, in the promo picture, they put, they included in it, not that this is something you can buy, it was just dressing for the photo, was his original Sonic Adventure 2 Sega Prize plush from like 2001. Also known as the best Sonic Shadow the Hedgehog plush ever. His first one and his best. It was a UFO catcher plush, which is like their equivalent of claw machines. But Japan takes claw machines seriously. Like, they put really good stuff in there, not like where here we put like the worst things ever in those things. Probably because like they very much like Japan very much like prides its culture on like skill when it comes to like games of any sort, whether it be video games or games like that. So of course, if you win at that, they want to give you a good prize. And yeah, that plush was never sold in stores. That was a arcade prize only. I guess you could have maybe bought it on import shops if you wanted to buy it here back then, but that's about it. So it is kind of funny to see them using it officially, because that means Sega at least has one of those in their archive, which it would make sense. It makes sense they would at least have one, but maybe they have multiple, because I doubt they would use the only one they have for that. The reason I'm bringing this up is a long time ago, I guess it was a pretty decent long time ago, Sega used to use the Sonic plush from that same plush set, which had the soap shoes, for promotional things in the mid-2010s. They initially released it as a promotional release in like the mid-2000s, so they did a second run of it with a different tag. Then, and I guess they had tons of that promotional stock left over because they maybe produced a bunch planning on using it later and then they never did. So they decided, let's use them now. So they used them in promotional videos, they put them in cafes. One weird one, they decorated select Hooters locations in Japan with them. Little strange. But it was kind of, put them in gigantic UFO catchers where you are the claw. Stuff like that. Crazy things. So it's like, oh, so they've used, and it is also one of the best Sonic plushes of all time. And it's definitely one of the most expensive, if not the most. So it's like, I wonder how many shadows they have. Because I kind of doubt I don't think they produced a second run of him. So it's like, oh yeah, this is probably just one of the originals from 24 years ago. It's just like, oh, it's kind of funny to see them use this for a promotional thing. If Pat Mac, which is the guy that I learned a lot of this stuff from, when it comes to these anyway, was still making videos because he hasn't made a video in forever, I wonder if he would say anything about that. Probably not. I don't know. Maybe he said something about it on Twitter, if he uses Twitter. I don't use Twitter, so I wouldn't know. Or Facebook. I don't use any of those. Don't use Instagram, nothing. I just use YouTube, that's it. It's just, I just thought that was interesting, because it's like, oh, that's cool. It's cool to see that thing finally show up somewhere. Outside of someone spending like $5,000 on it. Yeah, they go for that much. It's ridiculous. And apparently that's on the low end too, and that's the low end for years ago, so I don't even know how much it is now. I've never looked into it. Because why would I? Not really much of a plush guy anymore. I was when I was a little kid, but not anymore. I still have pretty much most of them that I had from back then, but nothing like that. Most of them were things I got at like the aquarium or the bowling alley or something. I feel like I rarely ever bought plushes online. Though I am sure I'm missing a few. Like, I think there's a few Angry Birds ones that I don't have anymore. The only two I can think of on the top of my head right now that I still have would be the Bluebird and the Space Bluebird from Angry Birds Space. I used to love watching Angry Birds plush videos. It's kind of funny. Later on, like, I started watching Exploding Apple for his, like, Plants vs. Zombies videos, not realizing he was also Exploding Film, who was someone who made those types of videos that I watched a lot as a kid. So it's funny, it's like, oh, I watched his stuff before without even knowing it. Or without realizing, oh, I found this guy's other channel after a decade. And it's not like I'd watched his stuff that often past, like, age 6, 7. Maybe early 8 years old at most. But it is just kind of funny to think about. That like, yeah, I watched this guy before. Like until then when he mentioned, oh, I used to make plush film videos. I'm like, wait a minute, I recognize that video. I recognize this footage. I recognize this voice. He made those. That's kind of funny. It's funny to see how far he's come, because it's like now he's married, he's running a business of some sort, I believe. Or is that some sort of conference or something somewhere recently? It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny, like obviously it's like, oh yeah, a lot of the people who I used to watch videos of back in the day, it's like a lot has happened to them over the years. Many of them are parents now, either just becoming parents or they've been parents for a bit. So I was like, I've never met these people. If I've ever talked to them, it's through comments, and very rarely at that. But it's just kind of funny. It's like, and I'm not gonna pretend like I know these people. I don't. But it's just kind of, it's funny to see how they progress. And it's also kind of sad in some cases because it's like, oh yeah, popular MMOs used to be a guy I watched from time to time, mostly for the Lucky Block stuff, or I think I used to watch his Crazy Craft stuff, maybe? And that mod also is another can of worms. Crazy what the dev for that did. He's weird. But now it's like he seems to have been getting a little better recently. Like I saw a video of his a few weeks ago that he published, and I'm like, oh, cool. He might be doing slightly better. That's nice to hear. At least I'm hearing something positive from him, unlike Sky Does Minecraft, who last time I saw any of his videos, like I remember I subbed to him finally, just because I was like, you know what, why not? It's not like he hasn't uploaded anything in a long time, and he changed his channel name from Sky Does Minecraft to Sky Does Everything because, yeah, you're locking yourself to Minecraft with that. But the funny thing was, like, after changing that name, he barely did anything outside of Minecraft anyway, which I thought was funny. And then later, like, I noticed very recently, like maybe yesterday, I noticed that he changed his @ name to Sky Does Shorts. And I'm like, and I looked at how many shorts he's done. 2. So I'm like, why did you name yourself? Why did you change your comment name to this? You don't do shorts. You've done 2. I don't even know what they were about. And like, but anyway, back to like when I subbed him out of nowhere. Like that day, later on that day, like maybe a few hours later, he posted a video about Do Not Laugh with some random people that I've never seen before, and he's plugging like Storyfire or whatever, which is a weird website or app that didn't do too well, and like he became like involved in it business wise. I think like he was like he like bought some of their stock or became like a partial leader of the company or something, and he was trying to promote it by being like, come and watch me play Do Not Laugh with these guys. I'm like, who the heck are they? He uploaded like one of them, like completely, I think. And then like he like for the next like few weeks he would upload like cut down versions of the other ones because he obviously wants you to see it on the app or whatever. And I'm just like, what the heck is he doing? Like, Adam, what are you doing? It's just kind of funny. But anyway, now he's gone silent again. I know he isn't the best man in the world. I'm well aware of that. I just hope he gets a little better. I just hope he's improved himself a little bit. Yeah, I think what I'll do, I'll fill this up, then I'll start filling it up on these ends. Maybe do like a fifth of it or something, and then I'll end the stream, and then I'll continue doing this work off camera for the next few days, and then I'll come back with it finished, and then I'll come back and start working on either the walls of this or roofing that off on either of these, probably that one more likely, and gathering dirt. One funny one, like another situation where it's like, oh, where have I heard of this person, or I've seen this person in videos before, was one of my favorite Minecraft series to watch as a kid was Zach Scott Games Minecraft Let's Play, like also known as Scotland, which is the name of the series, or name of the server, the world, whatever. He would invite all his friends over that he met on like different social media platforms. Like I think one was it was a defunct thing. I forget what it was called on the top of my head. It's like a message board type thing, I think. And they would play on Skype, and this is like 2011, early 2012, so some edgy humor. It was so funny to me. I was very young at the time, so it very much like went over my head, but I still found it funny, even though I didn't really understand what they were talking about. I find it even funnier now, because it's just like, I sometimes wish YouTubers were allowed to get away with stuff like this, because it's just so much funnier than like what it feels like almost sanitized now. And it's like, recently apparently he was part of like a Lego Minecraft contest where it's like build your world or whatever, or something like that. He was just building random things Minecraft style with, like, it was Lego Minecraft, and there's nothing specific. It was just, oh, this is something I would do in the game or something. And it's like, if I do well in this contest, or if I win, I'll consider doing a Minecraft series. It was kind of funny. It's like he hadn't made a video on Minecraft since like 2016. And he sometimes would randomly recently do like shorts on it. I don't know, recently, maybe he did a few years ago. But he did shorts on Minecraft. I'm like, why are you making Minecraft shorts and not Minecraft videos? Just talk about a random thing that was added to the game, like a feature that wasn't in the game when he played it. And it's just like, as cool as it would be to see him play it, at the same time, he was definitely, like, he's the leader of the server, obviously, but a lot of the comedy and whatever came from his interactions with his friends, and I'm just like, I don't think they would join him, unfortunately. And it wouldn't be the same because it would be so different in terms of what they would talk about, what they would do, what they would build, etc. So it's like, I don't even know if I'd want him to make a new Minecraft series because it wouldn't be as funny. It wouldn't be the same at all. Very, like, that original series was very much not child-friendly. Even though it was child-friendly to me because I did not understand what they were talking about or doing. It was just like, oh, they built a penis in the sky. Something like that. A lot of jokes kind of like that. I'm not going to elaborate on them, but they're very funny. I have a post for the 15th anniversary of that, which, yeah, 15 years ago is when that series started in January. Geez, like, started Minecraft beta 1.3 maybe? Like, he played the entirety of 2011 pretty much. I'm happy that series is still up. It's one of the first Minecraft videos I ever saw. Another one I saw as a kid that I remember was a Tobuscus video of modded Minecraft with werewolves and stuff. I've talked about this before. Like, I remember, I think he was the intro. It was either the intro or part of it. I'm guessing part of it instead of the intro, though I feel like it was the intro, but I can never find that video. Maybe it doesn't exist anymore. Maybe it's no longer public. But he was like running down a cliff and a werewolf was chasing him and he was scared and yelling. Something that I find, like, one thing that's interesting, I remember being like, are werewolves in Minecraft? Like, when I finally played it, because it was like, I didn't really understand what the heck mods were. So, and sometimes it was like, I think I remember seeing, like, my sister eventually, like, the versions I was used to growing up outside of watching YouTube videos were, the console versions, so Xbox 360, PS3, and Pocket Edition, so like Minecraft Lite or Pocket Edition Standard, which was still very much like almost Minecraft Alpha feeling, or early Minecraft Beta feeling at the time. Like, Pocket Edition was very primitive for a very long time. I think it took like over 4 years almost to get the Nether to work. Which makes perfect sense because it was designed for like iPhone 2s, iPhone 3s. My dad came home, so I'm not gonna probably talk for a little bit. okay, just lock the door. There's a party on the other side of the complex going on, so he's gonna go to that. I don't hear anybody over there right now. I was hearing them for a second. Maybe I'll move a little bit further away from the window so I don't hear them as much. Ah. But yeah, what I was saying before, I had to grab more pickaxes. It's just funny. It's like, oh yeah, it was designed for the iPhone, like 2, iPhone 3, first Android phones. This was still during a period of time where, like, the iPhone, or like, not the iPhone, the iPod, or like the iDog, or all these types of things were still very much not old technology. They were still pretty recent and relevant. Flip phones were only just starting to disappear. Like, people were only just getting iPhones, really. Like, sure, iPhones had existed for, let's say by 2012, which I think is when Pocket Edition and console editions began. Like, sure, they'd already existed for 5 years or so by then. But, like, the first iPad was still relatively new at that point. Like, what's funny about it, it's like, oh, I remember, like, messing around with, like, the first ever iPad, or the first iPad Air. iPad Air. Because I had an iPad Air 1 for, like, 8 years. That thing... I watched videos on that for, like, from 2013 to... Maybe it was only, like, 5 or 6 years. So maybe, like, 2013 to 2019, maybe. And I... and it was kind of like, that thing, I dropped it on the floor, dropped it down the stairs. Even, sure, it had a case, but, like, if I looked, I still have it sitting around in my room somewhere. If I looked at it, there'd be, like, hundreds upon hundreds of tiny little dents all over it. But with all those falls, its screen never broke. Never. Until one night, and I didn't drop it for it to crack. I was playing, I think in like 2018, late 2019, I was playing maybe Fortnite, maybe Battlefront, something like that. And sitting on the couch in the playroom that I had at my old house. And I wasn't paying attention to where I put it on the couch, and I accidentally sat on it. Usually that wasn't a big deal, because I'd sat on it by accident a few times over the years. But this one finally cracked it. And I'm like, dang it. That's such a good run. And I still used it for a little while. For probably another year or so, until my mom gave me her iPad. But, like, packaged it like it was a new thing. So I thought it was a new item, but no, it was hers. But still, I just thought it was funny. Like, really? This is what cracked my iPad? Me lightly sitting on it? Like... Or maybe it wasn't like, I don't know. Like, maybe I got up for a second and then sat back down pretty quickly and placed myself on top of it by accident. That may have been what happened. Like, maybe in like a celebratory thing. Like I was excited or something like that. It's like, dang it, really? Like, I was so sad. Because I had that for so long. The only reason I still have it, I'm like, oh, I would like to see if I can get some things off of it, because I wasn't even sure, like, how old it was, because it had photos on it from the first iPad we had, which was an iPad 1, I think, or maybe an iPad 2. I don't know, one of the first iPads. So, like, it had photos from a long time ago. Sure, it wasn't running well, because there were so many dang photos on it. And obviously, the older devices and the more updates it gets, the worse it's made, which I don't know. That may have been on purpose, which is kind of a scummy thing that Apple was doing around the time. I think they got sued for that. Anyway, it's like, sure, it's my fault. It eventually stopped running as well as it used to. And now it's like, it won't even... If I tried to plug it in, it would either not sustain a charge, like it would take forever for it to be able to turn on, but then it would die within like 10 seconds, even if it's plugged in. And the same thing with the other iPad I have that my mom gave me later. It's just like that. So it's kind of weird. So it's like, but I would love to see if I can get things off of them somehow. Because I would love to get those photos back. Like, put them on a hard drive or something. But yeah, what I was going to talk about was, it's like, it is kind of funny. Like, if I look back, it's like, I remember, like, oh, this feels super cool. Like, super high tech. But now if I look back at it, I'm like, Jesus, is that thing primitive? Like, it's just, it's kind of funny, like, how, like, sure, for the time it was great. It's always interesting how that works, but then when you look back at it, in hindsight, it's like, yeah, these things weren't that good. They could be way better. But that was like cutting edge, kind of, for the time. It's interesting to see like an old iPhone user interface. Like, it just looks completely different. Not like in terms of how it's set up, but just how it looks. Just aesthetically, it's so different. It very much has that, like, obviously what pretty much any like computer looked like at the time. But that was common in general for anything at the time. Like, it was like, oh, like very realistic if it's like for photos or whatever. It looked like a photo book or something. There's good videos about this type of thing. One funny thing is, like, Skype finally died, I think, earlier this year. It technically still existed, but Microsoft ruined it. Like, they bought Skype and integrated it into, like, Microsoft Windows 10 or something. But they just ruined everything about it. I don't really know why. And then eventually it's like, oh yeah, we'll use Discord to talk, or we'll use Zoom eventually instead. Like, I was wondering, why aren't we using Skype when the pandemic happened? Because I'm like, Skype would do this. Why are we using something new? Does Skype not exist anymore? Yes, it does. I'm like, so it's just like, why weren't we using this? Apparently, there was something about it that didn't work as good as it used to. It's just kind of funny. One cool thing that I finally did last week. Maybe it was between... When was this? I think it was before the last stream I did. Maybe not. I don't know. Probably, though. I finally got around to watching... I don't know if I talked about this already. Did I talk about this last time? Is my voice trying to fail me? I don't know. I finally got around to watching Hellsing Abridged by Team 4 Star. Don't know why I never did. I planned on it for a while. Like, I remember seeing it, and I'm just like, this thing's gonna take me 6 hours. Yeah, I feel like I've talked about this. I feel like I've talked about this. I don't know, I'm gonna talk about it anyway. Just in case. Because it rolls into the next thing. That happened, like, yesterday, 2 days ago. I noticed it yesterday. Like, I watched Dragon Ball Z Abridged many years ago. Probably 2016 at the earliest. And I heard about it long before that. I remember in middle school, there was high schoolers that I knew that would reference it all the time, not me being fully aware that that's what they were doing, but they were referencing it a lot. Like, I just thought they were talking about Dragon Ball, but no, they were specifically, like, mimicking those versions of the characters. I loved, when I eventually did get around to watching it, I loved it so much. So great. So it's like, I know they do great stuff. And I knew that they did Hellsing Ultimate Abridged. And I was just like, is this up my alley? Is it not? So I didn't watch it for a very long time. But then the other, maybe last week, I did, and I loved it. I sat down all day watching all, like, every episode, which was like 6+ hours. It was worth it. It's such a good series. Sure, it's dated in a bit, in some ways, but I'm like, it's like Alucard says, give me a 70-inch plasma screen TV with Netflix. And I'm like, well, plasma screen TV didn't age too well, but you did make this in 2011, so I'm not going to judge. Also, I played on a plasma TV. The TV I used, that was in the playroom at my old house, which we moved in that house 18 years ago, or maybe 17 years ago. In the playroom we had a big plasma screen TV. Thing was massive, like very heavy looking, very thick, very wide. I wish I had a photo of it. And it was bolted into the wall, or on like an armature, on the wall. And they're just like, do they make plasma TVs anymore? No, they don't. But very high quality. It's about as good, maybe slightly worse. I don't know. I don't have anything to compare it to because I don't have it next to a modern TV. But it was very good for its time. Like it was probably one of the first HD televisions. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, what was I talking about? I was talking about yeah, Helsinger Bridge, I think. Refilled my water as well, so should probably drink some of that. Okay. But yeah, so Helsinger Bridge, liked it a lot, super great. And then 2 days ago, I noticed yesterday though, randomly I stumbled across a short they did, Team 4 Star, on like, an abridged for Sailor Moon, and I was like, is this something new, or is this like something that one of the people behind Team 4 Star did in the past? Then I look and I watched it. I thought, oh, this is pretty funny. Let's see. That I checked their main channel page, and I realized, wait, no, this is something that just came out. It was a day old, but still pretty much. And it was labeled Toonami Abridged Sailor Moon Part 1. So it's like, is this just Sailor Moon, or what does Toonami Abridged mean exactly? Still don't really know. Toonami is obviously the programming block that Cartoon Network would, and I think still does run late at night for anime, or maybe like separately now. Might not be a late at night thing anymore. And that's where like Dragon Ball Z aired in the US. I don't know if it aired there for the first time. I don't think it did, but it's later. It aired there for quite a bit in the 90s and the early 2000s. That's where Gundam got its start in the US properly. Technically, there was like weird movie releases, I think, in the mid-90s. Like, that's where Gundam got its start in the States. Stuff like that. So I'm like, are they going to be doing other animes in this? Like maybe part 1 is Sailor Moon, part 2 is something else, or is it... Like, it felt very fast-paced even for them, so I'm like, are they condensing Sailor Moon to only like 10 episodes? And then the next 10 episodes are going to be something else. Because I'm like, it can take these guys forever to make something, but at least when they do, but it does take forever for them to make something, that's because it's always good. Like, they spend a lot of time to make it great. And I watched that episode and I thought it was pretty funny. I don't know much about Sailor Moon, but I thought it was funny. I enjoyed it, so I'm like, okay, I'll look forward to part 2. Like, I've watched a lot of TFS's stuff. Like, obviously, Dragon Ball Z Abridged. Watched that for close to a decade now. I used to watch TFS Gaming all the time. I watched their like director's commentaries on the movies, on the Dragon Ball movies and Dragon Ball episodes, all that kind of stuff. Like, I'd keep up with that. Can I place that from here? No. My cough has gotten worse. So I don't know how much more I'm going to talk. Might give my throat time to heal a little bit. I just watched a video while I was in the bathroom. Kakao197 did a Gundam news video today. Apparently they announced Gundam Converge 29, I think, which has, most notably to me, the Woundwort and Hazel 2. When I say Hazel 2, it's a Woundwort in Titan's Blue, with extra things on it. Not, but you'd imagine the Hazel 2 would be. It's weird that there's two different things called the Hazel 2, but yeah. The TR6 Hazel 2, not the TR1. But I'm like, oh god. But I thought, oh, that's cool. They're making more Advance of Zeta stuff in Converge, because they're like, they haven't done that in a bit. Like, the previous wave that just came out a few weeks ago included the a Gundam Converge. I don't know if it's a new version, if they've done it before, or if it's the first time they've done it. Gundam Converge GM Quell. And I'm like, oh, that's a good sign. That may mean they'll make more Advance of Zeta stuff. And yeah, they are. Because I'm like, oh, well, because the Hazels are based off on the GM Quell. It's still up in the air for me. It's like, are Hazels GM Quells with Gundam heads, or is that just the Hazel 2? Like, yeah, it's based on the Hazel. The Hazel is based on the GM Quell, but I'm like, did they take a GM Quell that already existed and give it those parts, or is it manufactured separately and it just uses the inner frame? Does it just share a lot of its parts for maintenance? Like, I hear that it's usually like that it's probably the former, but I'm like, and just the parts are manufactured on like Kampe Island or whatever. But I'm like, is it? Because like, what is it? Is the original Hazel, not the Hazel Custom, because that's it modified, fixed after it was damaged in battle and brought to the specs it was originally meant to have. Is the original Hazel, before it gets damaged, shares tons of parts with the GM Quell. The torso is pretty much the same. The shoulders are the same, and I think they stayed the same pretty much. But the the legs are entirely, at least the thighs are different. Not the thighs. The lower legs are different. The feet are different. The hands are different. I feel like the forearm, I think, is different. The forearms are different. The head's different, obviously. The backpack's different, I think. Yeah, I would say so. So it's like, a lot's different. But internally, it's probably very similar. So it's just like, did they take a GM Quell and give it these parts? Or did they make did they make these just using GM Quell parts and blueprints? I don't know. Because it's like it's probably the former, but I'm just kind of curious. The reason I'm bringing this up, I guess I might as well talk about this now. Last stream I talked about my Mandarake order. First one in 4 years. It's been a little more than I initially planned to, because tariffs and stuff changed things, and that I wasn't fully aware of. In between me starting to consider it and eventually doing it, because I waited too long. I ordered 5 things. 2 of those things, I haven't talked about this yet. 2 of them, well, I talked about what they were. 2 Gundam Converge figures, an MSA figure, a Star Wars figure, and a Gundam Ultimate Operation figure. I'm going to say what the the Gundam Converge figures are Advance of Zeta figures. First Advance of Zeta things I've gotten. They're the first two of the older Gundam Converge figures I've gotten, because they haven't made any updates to these yet. And I'm not sure when they will, so I decided to just, you know what, I'll do it now. I guess I'll probably just say what they are now, because there's not that many. I bought the the Hazel Custom Titans colors, so the Hazel Custom in blue. And I bought the Advanced Hazel, which is weirdly in white. I've checked and I can't really find source material for a white Advanced Hazel. Really? The most common Advanced Hazel seen is blue. With a... So what you can do with those two, you can get a Converge blue Advanced Hazel, but you have to combine those two figures together. And they're designed to do that. Like the feet on the white Advanced Hazel are blue, so it matches the blue Hazel Custom if you swap the feet out. You swap the V-fin from the Hazel Custom and make it the same as, you swap the V-fin off and you replace it with the white head sensor of the Hazel Custom. Not Hazel Custom, Advanced Hazel. And then you either swap the backpack, you swap the shield, add the Hazel, then add the shield boosters from the Advanced Hazel to the Hazel Custom, and give it one of those shields. So it has two shields on the back, one on its arm. So you can do that. That's why I bought those, because I'm like, oh, I'm having a lot of fun with the Advanced Hazel in GBO2, so I was like, I might as well get a little bit of Advanced Hazel merchandise, and I was like, okay, I guess I'll get these two, since I can make that if I want. Whether or not I'll have it as one figure or two separate ones, I don't know. Because the white Hazel Custom does look kind of cool. Even if it's like, why does it have blue feet? Because of the combination gimmick, obviously. But just like, this is what it's supposed to look like? Is it even supposed to be white in the first place? I don't know. And obviously, you can give the spare parts left over from the combination to the white Advanced Hazel body, because the body is just exactly the same as a Hazel Custom. And you can have a white Hazel Custom, I guess, with a blue V-fin if you want. Why you would want that, I don't know, but you can if you want. You could do that. Dang it, I knew it. I made this too short. I didn't need to make that tall. I hope to eventually acquire the MSAA Standard Hazel. It's the only merch of the Standard Hazel there is. There's no model kit for it because of its complex color scheme, and it's also not as popular, I would say, as the Hazel Custom. It's not in GBO2 either because it's just a worse Hazel Custom. But I do like it a lot. I think the only hope that thing has for merch is obviously action figures, since the only thing it has right now is one. And who knows, maybe Metal Robot Spirits will make one someday. Not that I would buy that because those things are like $300, but be cool. They made them for the other things before. Those are other, like the Hazel Custom variants. So why not make one from the one that started it all? Perfect. Is it a comment? Or did it just clone the first one? Well, actually, I'm not watching that video right now, so yeah, there's someone here. Hello. I'm working on my end base right now. How's your day been? I am assuming that's you. I assume you want to play Minecraft. Unfortunately, I don't have PS Plus at the moment, so I can't really play multiplayer. Sorry. It ran out a little bit ago and didn't go through because of card changes that happened last year. So I'm thinking about maybe getting PS Plus again really soon. Okay. Yeah, apparently Minecraft Bedrock on like PC is pretty broken right now. My console is perfectly fine, but it's just kind of funny to see people complain about it. I'm like, how many people play this version on PC anyway? It's like, yeah, that's a big deal. Yeah, this is in the end. Do you want me to show you real quick the extent of this? Yeah, I've been playing it for a very long time. Though I'm mostly just... I don't have a PC, so I've been playing on... Well, it was initially Pocket Edition, PS3, PS4. I'm still using a PS4 right now because I don't really have a reason to get a PS5, because I can still play with people who, if they have a game I have. So yeah, I'll give you a tour. I could have gone up the other way that I just did. Okay. So here is the center of this operation, at least. You have a cobblestone generator, water source, resources, lava farm, smelting for super fuel. This takes forever. It's actually a good thing I'm doing this because I need to get more melons from the main area anyway. We have a cool bridge. My building skills aren't very great. They're very comparable to how someone would probably build 15 years ago, if not worse. But base this off of an image I found. It's definitely taller than the original bridge, but it's going to be just like this on both ends. This is being filled with water. A very slow process. I've probably been up to this for like 4 hours now on just this side. Grass will be on top. Still need to fill this in and build that up more on both ends. And then this extends to the main end island over there. No, this is the end. This is the end. I'm in the end right now. This is my end base. The sky is pitch black. If I die, I get sent back to the overworld. It's... The whole idea of this project is to try to make the end like the overworld. To varying degrees of success. Am I hearing someone singing right now? There's people partying somewhere next door, so I don't know if the microphone is picking that up. So you can see the end island over there. Now that I've run out of stamina, this is going to take forever. So you can see I made a lower platform where trees are, and there's also an animal farm in the middle down there. This is the outside. This is part of the end base, but this is like half of it. I'm working on it for, I don't know, 2 months maybe. Yeah, the overworld, my overworld is also really complicated. One thing I spent a month or so on, maybe not a month, maybe like a week on, last year, I drained an ocean monument. Then earlier this year, I made an underwater base. All this stuff is sourced in the end. Besides for, like, yeah, I have an iron farm in the overworld, so that's where the iron comes from. And I brought stuff in from the, here's the to-do list. If you want to see where my animal farm is, it's down here. It's down there. You can hear them from up here. Every single type of sheep is down there. I brought them through the end portal. And bred them. Here is this area here. I don't really know what to call it. Yeah, I'm getting it back. Give me a second. I have wood around these paintings because I wanted to mark where they were, so if they fell off, because they used to do that up until like a few weeks ago. I should probably why do I even have scaffolding? I'm not using it right now. I used to have netherite gear, but I fell off and died, so I lost it all. I've been building it back up. Here's a little artificial beach I have. Little lifeguard post. Towels. You can fish in the end and get fish. That works in the end. Don't ask me how that works, it just does. Technically, I feel like you could probably, at least maybe you could use to, if you could ever fish inside a cauldron, you could probably fish in the nether too. Obviously that was the farm area. I have a bar. Here's another end pillar. That lighthouse in the other room, inverted lighthouse from my other one. It's a bar. This is supposed to be barrels. This is how people would maybe used to make barrels before actual barrels were in the game. A little water cooler, a TV, using pumpkins for lights because I just thought it'd be cool. Dance floor, a pool table. Just funny stuff. I just thought it'd be funny. That's where I put my extra bookshelf. Let's go upstairs. Oh yeah, there's the meeting table. Meeting for nobody because I'm the only person here. I should probably get bread. Sugarcane room. Storage room. This entire top layer is end stone because I had to dig this all out. And then there's also some extra in places. So I have so much end stone that I don't even really know what to do with it. Here's the way down to the lower level. That's going to take a bit, so I'm not going to do that. You've already kind of seen most of it through that floor. Here's the house. It's not really a house because I can't sleep in here because I'll die, but here's a little wheat farm. I pretty much, this, like, dent was already here. I just slightly enclosed it with dirt and then replaced the things around it with dirt and just filled it with water. The perfect little natural pond, kind of. I terraformed the end island to make it resemble home, I guess. I haven't left the end much in the last few months, you can probably tell. I don't remember, did I beat the Ender Dragon with netherite gear? Or did I do it before I had that? I may have done it before I had that. Pretty much I never even used the netherite gear. There was no reason for me to have it. It's just like... I was like, well, I guess I'll use it when I fight the Wither. But I still haven't done that. I've done all this by hand, no buffs, no nothing. It's just... spending tons and tons of time. Sometimes I wish there was better music in the end, because it's very boring hearing the same 2 tracks over and over again. Pretty much, what sparked me to do this, like sometimes I see like other people make do the cool things at the end. Like Philza, for instance, did Atlantis for, that's like the main thing I can think of. And I was like, let's see if I can do something special like that. So I was like, let's just terraform it. These cobblestone blocks are left over from my dragon fight. I had to build up to hit it with a sword. There's also some blocks left over on the sides of these because I haven't fought the dragon again, because besides the fact that I don't know, it probably wouldn't damage any of this. Yeah, I have a jukebox downstairs. In the bar room, in the party room is a jukebox. With Other Side and Cat, I believe. I haven't really gotten that many. I just have the 3, do I have the 3 music discs? Oh yeah, out there, this is an old map. I have a more up-to-date one in the basement. Out there, that's a minecart track to the outer end islands. I initially used that to mine for endstone, to make the platform down there that you can kind of see. That's all endstone as the base. There's with the grass on top of it. That's all endstone. And all of it was mined out there. I finished that platform before I even dug the basement. That's why there's so much in storage, because that's all from the basement. Why do I have all this stuff? It's probably not a good idea for me to go to the overworld with this stuff, but oh well. Did I replant my crops? Did I do that? Yes, I did. Just making sure. Let's craft some bread real quick. And I might as well put this stuff in here for the time being, because I don't need it. I don't want to lose it. Not that I'm going to, but always be prepared. Where's the... It's in weapons, yeah. It's in equipment. Because that bread counts as equipment, I guess. Let's grab the sword. Where's this? Where's my, oh yeah, my ender chest. It's over here. Keeping motivation? Did I say something about that? Like, I don't know. I don't have much going on, as you can probably tell. So I'm just like, to keep me from being bored, I decided to work on Minecraft projects. It takes a while to do this, obviously. But I think the end result is always cool. I wish I was a better builder, though. Like, this is very simple, what I'm doing. Okay, here's... Yeah, I have 13. I've never played this disc because it's just boring. I've gotten my netherite boots back to roughly where they were before I lost them. Like, I also had a turtle. This is actually left over from my original set. I was wearing a turtle shell helmet when I died. Because if you're working on an underwater base and an ocean monument project, you probably need a turtle shell helmet instead. So this is back to roughly where it was before. All the other armor pieces were kind of like this. So netherite upgrade kits, enchanted golden apple, the good stuff I keep in here. This is where I put... Why is there... Oh yeah, this grass block was probably moved by an enderman before I lit up this place so they wouldn't spawn anymore. I built this so the enderman wouldn't get me. This is where I spawned, obviously. When I brought animals into the end, I put them in a boat, then went down there after I built this platform, obviously, and then I carried them over to the fence. You know what? I'll go down there real quick. To the fenced area over there. This is my tree area, pretty much. I use it to gather trees. I'm trying to build in a classic style, so I'm trying to use mostly classic blocks. That's why I only have the 2 original trees. There's all of the animals. I'm not going to go in there. I don't want to pick up like stacks of eggs. Because you want to see the overworld, so I'm going to go to the overworld. This world probably dates back to about... It's not super old. Because I used to mostly play with my friends, and I usually played on their worlds. So this is only my second proper world of my own. Like, I had another one, but this is the furthest I've gone in any of my own worlds, really. And I'm happy with that. And this is the first, like, purely single player. Before, I only really, like, they would join sometimes, but this is like my first purely single player world. I really hope I'm set at my normal base and not at the desert that I used to mine sand at. Did I set my spawn properly? Yes, I did. Okay. Do I need to sleep? No, I don't. So this is my first base. I don't know why the sky looks like that. It looks like inverted almost. Like when you used to do that with like an iPhone, like invert the colors or something, photo negative. Looks weird. It does that sometimes. I don't know why. This is near my spawn chunks. My spawn chunks are that way. Down here, like this is a natural little hill that I built into. Tons of... I don't know why I have this many blast furnaces. Farm area. That's my other enchanted apple. I'm using classic textures. Though they are a little broken right now. So I'm not sure if I would recommend using classic textures. Like, for instance, creepers just look charged. I don't know why with classic textures. They just look charged without animation over it. So they just glow blue. Storage room. Lava farm number 1. Down here is a cave. Some more digging areas. Where's my map room? I know I have a map room. Here it is. This is the first ever... I got an achievement for doing this. Apparently I've never done a map wall before. Down here is a big cave. Eventually it leads to... Like, I found 3 dungeons down there, and I found a trial chamber down there. I think that's the update I started this world on. I had a survival... Well, I did have one Yeah, this is actually probably my second proper single player only world. Like, sometimes I invite my friends to look at it, but when I do, it's always on a copy, so they can't mess with it. I need to sleep, because I know it's getting dark, I think. Is it? Actually, no, it isn't, I think. No, it is. It is. When did I create the world? I don't remember an exact date. It was probably like a year and a half, 2 years ago. When did they add is it the Tricky Trials update? I forget. I don't know why this armor stand is sunk into the floor. I think it has something to do with when like the world's loaded from a dimension or something. Sometimes like an entity like this will sink into the floor. There we go. Before that, my first proper like, so this is like my first proper single. Yeah, why is the sky inverted? Like it's photo negative. Why is that? Why is it darker when I look at the sun? It's weird. There's the no internet dinosaur because I created this world because one day I didn't have any internet and the only game I could play was Minecraft. I didn't have internet for a few hours, so I was like, you know what? Let's play Minecraft, and I named the world Internet's Out. So that's why, and so he's like the mascot of the world, I guess. So, no internet dinosaur. What the heck was that noise? Some brown pandas. I've collected these two. I've seen plenty more because I live in a jungle. Tons and tons of skeleton horses. Don't ask me why. They just love to spawn. I've seen so many of them. It's ridiculous. Would you believe me that I've still never seen an actual charged creeper before? Because I've seen so many of those. Over here is... yeah, like, what I was saying before. My first proper survival world just by myself was on Minecraft PS4 edition, so Legacy console. I still have that world. This is like my proper full survival world on Bedrock proper. It doesn't bother me. It's fine. It looks kind of funny. It almost like rain clouds. Like they're dark. Here's my little turtle island. Because turtles spawn on the beach over here. It's just an island that's a bamboo jungle. Little tree house. A jukebox. Another one of those. I would sometimes fish from here. Here's a little lamp post. It's always on because it's covered by, it's under a tree. It's set to night, but because it's always dark because of the tree, it's always on, which is kind of funny. I would fish from here sometimes, and I have a diving board. I have a Minecraft sign over there, reminiscent of the old tutorial worlds. It's not like the ones from the tutorial worlds, though. Here's a diagonal bridge, which is kind of funny. It's not exactly like those because it's not like wide on the back. It's not wide, and there's no nether portal inside it because it's just kind of redundant. It's unnecessary. No elytra, no. I haven't gone to the outer end islands like proper. I do not have an elytra because I haven't bothered with it. You can see my priorities. Over here is my my jungle village that I made because there is no such thing as a jungle village. Jungle villages don't exist, but jungle villagers do. These are jungle villagers. If you breed villagers in the jungle, they're jungle villagers. Swamp villagers also exist, but there is no such thing as a swamp village. Isn't that weird? So I tried to build them in the older village style, because it's a remote population kind of thing, and I used jungle-related blocks, so like mossy cobble, bamboo blocks, jungle wood, like jungle planks, scattered pots around. This is where all the workstations are in this big house. Then the other, is there another big house? Yeah, this one is where all the beds are, which are brown and yellow, because those are the two dyes you can find in this biome. And then I made a little temple where this guy's supposed to work, but for some reason he doesn't go inside there at all, even though that would be in there. So I just decided, heck it, I'll put it out there. Creeper face, books, and then behind this is a secret. There's a lever. Is it this one? No, I think I need to put it above. Which way do we put it? Where do I put this? Maybe I just put it on the floor. Where do I put this? Oh, just in front of it. Okay. A secret little room. To a tower of pimps. From Achievement Hunter. Just a funny little Easter egg. Initially, I think these were all regular bookshelves. Then I replaced some of them, or added those later. See, I made this village. I made this. This doesn't exist before. I had to clear out trees. Look at the wiki to see how to build the old style village houses. Here's another one. I don't think this one's trapped, so it's not like it's going to spawn 3 more any second, but there's just so many skeleton horses, it's ridiculous. It's ludicrous how many of these dang things I've come across. There was one time when my friend joined me once to look at the world, and he joined me for a second, then I decided, you know, I'll have you look at it on a copy of the world. I'm 20. Coming up on 21 years old. Here's my iron farm. My sheep farm, or my wool farm. And my chicken farm, which, yes, these ocelots traveled here. That's where the border of the jungle is. They walked all the way over here to try to attack the chickens, which they can't kill. I placed this here. They couldn't kill them anyway, but I placed this there so they wouldn't even try to get on top of the chest. They're stupid. I don't know why they do this. And sometimes I've seen them wander as far as the acacia village over there. The savanna biome village. It's ridiculous. Like, I've seen them walk like that far, and I'm like, the jungle's right there. What I was gonna say was, here's my my tree farm. When my friend joined, before I decided, you know what, let's look at this in a copy. Right around here, actually, where these pigs are, was a pink sheep. The only time I've seen a pink sheep in this world. And I said, oh, hey, there's a pink sheep over there. And then I left the world to make it a copy, and of course that meant that the pink sheep disappeared. I have not seen a pink sheep since. Here is the Ocean Monument entrance. To Ocean Monument. Fitting that I get the spooky cave noise. We have an underwater subway station. Oh yeah, I forgot about the copper creeper. I'll look at that later, and the lighthouse. I'll look at it later. I have a funny video of me showing off this to my friends. Unfortunately, one of them, because their mic settings had it turned off, so it didn't pick up their voice. But one of them called it a domain expansion from I forget what anime that is. Oh yeah, slimes. I have a lot of slime chunks in this world. Don't know why. They're everywhere. Come over here, Mr. Slime. Fine, I'll deal with you myself. I won't even use the shield. Oh yeah, Jujutsu Kaisen. That's right. I have not watched that. I don't watch too much anime stuff. I've watched Pokemon as a kid. I've watched Gundam. I've watched Dragon Ball. That's really about it. But yeah, I drained this ocean monument. Oh dang, it's getting dark again. It's hard to tell because the sky is dark already. So this is the ocean monument that I made. Thankfully, because I just slept, I'm not going to be attacked by phantoms, thankfully. You can see yet another set of skeleton horses spawned down here, and they're not the only one. I named them Sands and Papyrus because I thought I would be funny that day. It's funny to see the flowers grow out of these, because obviously when I first made this, that update wasn't in the game yet. Am I hearing sand blowing? I think I am. There's another set of them. Let's see if I can find them. Where are they? They spawned outside of the dome. Don't ask me how they did it. I don't know. Where? I don't know if they've despawned now, but there was a set of 4 of them. They may have wandered off a bit. I feel like I've passed them. Somehow, someway, a set of skeleton horse riders spawned underwater. And that's not the only time that's happened to me, too. It's happened a few times. That's a drowned. There they are. There's one. You can see him there. It's interesting that the glass texture disappears when I get next to it. Didn't do that before. Is that because I'm on classic textures? You can see there's one right there. 1 of 4. I don't know where the other 3 went. They've probably wandered off a little bit. They don't die underwater. And because they're underwater, they're not burning either. Because I think if a mob is wearing armor, the sun eats away at their armor health until the armor dies, and then they die of the sun. I think is how it works. So yeah, here's a drained ocean monument I made. I made 4 different biomes around it. A desert, a badlands, what's this called? It's a taiga maybe, and a mushroom field. And I only drained the outside. There's still guardians in here. Here's a little area down here. There should be glow squids down there somewhere. There was before. Sometimes glow squids spawn. There's a big, it's a big underwater cave. I can't really see anything, but you can see it, kind of. It's funny, I planted a few mushrooms in here, and then eventually they just multiplied, because I think they grow faster on mycelium. So, there's mushrooms everywhere. I do have another portal to a mushroom field. That's where I got that stuff. Oh yeah, I have some, why can't I go up? What? Oh, am I holding that button down? Why was I holding the button down? So I can go up this. There's the copper creeper. And there's my turtle farm right there. I made that copper creeper. Like, I assembled it without letting it age and just sat there forever waiting for it to turn green. I didn't know that apparently if you set them like apart at a certain distance in like a field, they'll age quicker. Don't know why that works that way, but whatever. And there's the lighthouse next to a ruined nether portal. Which actually works. I can turn it on, but it turns off. It turns off when I leave simulation range or distance or something. I have signs for entrance and exit. Bubble elevators. Let's go back. I'll go to the lighthouse, and then after that I will go to the underwater base, which is over there. The underwater base is over there. And then after that, you can see the Minecraft sign kind of through this through the glass. We'll go to the second base, which is not as complex as this one. It's also in a jungle, only 1,000 blocks from here, but it's easier to go through the nether. It's quicker. The Minecraft sign. Let's see if I can spot a creeper real quick, because as I said, the textures on them in classic textures are broken, so they look charged. So let's see if I can find one. I don't want to get near one. Oh god, there's a golden zombie over there. But I want to see one if I can. Oh, wait, no. Is that one? No, that's a skeleton, I think. Just want to be at a safe distance. Another weird thing that I noticed, I don't know if they fixed it, was on classic textures, the husk doesn't have a face. It's just white. I don't know how they messed that up, but apparently they broke it at some point. Oh yeah, there it is. There's some creepers. See how they're glowing blue? They look charged, but they're not. It's weird. They're broken. Oh yeah, there's my classic beacon. And when I say beacon, it's just a stick of cobblestone with 1,000,000 torches on it. This is how I would bring villagers up here or down there. Ridiculous amount of cats trying to kill chickens, which this has been around for a very long time. There's many double chests. That's 1, 2, 3 double chests at least, plus hoppers. And then I've sometimes AFK'd. I used to anyway. I haven't done it in a long time. Next to the iron farm. This used to be completely full of iron blocks, but I've taken stacks of them out for use in the end base project. And then the other one's like just iron ore, I think. There's 2 chests there. Set up the same way, where it's like, oh, here's where the flowers go, here's where the string goes, because cats spawn there too, unfortunately. And here's where the iron goes. Like in sets of 3, so 3 rows of that, because there's 9 slots. I think, yeah. Is there 9 slots? It's like an inventory. It's kind of funny that with this weird inverted sky, the nighttime clouds look almost like red. Should I sleep first? You know what? It's about to be day anyway. Might as well head over there while it's dark. Oh, actually, I want to go to the lighthouse first. That's right. I have some harbor torches is what I'm calling them. I have like 7 of these. Oh, there's an iron golem that these villagers spawned wandering around. Ow! That's why I use a boat. One funny thing about the Acacia village over there is I have an iron golem in glass over there because he is the last resident of that village. All the other ones died except 2 of them, and those 2 I used to make the iron farm. So here's a wool for maintenance. I go on top of this tree. And then I flick that once. Then I turn it off. Then I flick it again. There we go. What? Why is it turning off? Oh, maybe I'm just flicking it the wrong way. It's probably already on the on position. Does that look right? Yeah. And then I go down. It's kind of pointless, but I thought it would be cool to have a working lighthouse. Why the heck is there a villager on top of a tree? It's probably a nitwit, I would guess. Why is it doing that? Anyway, isn't that cool? I think it's cool. Here's a better look at the copper creeper. There's the ocean monument from outside. "7 Days to Die" zombie survival game. I don't know. When I hear that, I think of Dumb Ways to Die, which was the old app game that used to exist. I don't know if that still exists. I wouldn't be surprised if you've heard of that before, considering you're not far off my age. Like usually when I do these streams, nobody's here, so I just talk to myself for anyone who might watch it later. Just to give commentary. Like I've been doing YouTube for a long time. Haven't really gotten anywhere, but that's fine. I do it for fun. It's nice when I have rare opportunities to talk to people. It's better when I have someone to talk to, even if it's not like even if it's just one person. So over here is the underwater base. It's kind of weird, like in classic textures, the jungle like looks a little darker than I'm used to, probably because I'm used to newer ones where it's like a slightly different color. So let's look at it from the top first before I go inside. Here's an entrance. You can access it through boat because there's an underwater dock there. Here's some nature domes. This one has some trees in it. And this one has more trees in it and a little tower of some sort. It's a secondary station? I don't know, because it connects to another minecart track. Then over here is my underwater base proper. Which is next to another ocean monument. And I have a little Arctic area down there. And there's stuff below that. So let's check that out. What's my phone percentage? It's fine. Like, I don't know, like one of the architectural like inspirations was kind of like some of the like buildings in Mandalore and Star Wars: The Clone Wars. That was kind of a semi-inspiration. Another one was like, I think this like Cold War era train station or government building in like Berlin or somewhere in Germany. It's dark here. I have had a creeper spawn in here before. It's very rare to happen though. I'm just not really sure how to light it up. Like sure, I could put some chandeliers or something, but it's like, because it's 2 blocks, it wouldn't be even. It's 2 blocks like wide and 2 blocks like this, so it's just weird. So I don't know what to do with it. Let's go to the nature domes. Real quick. There's not much to look at besides for these are also slime chunks, so slimes could spawn in here, which is great. I don't know why. Slime chunks are another ridiculous thing I see so often in this world, and I don't know why. They're supposed to be a rare thing. I don't know. They spawn in both of these. They actually spawn in all 3 of these domes that I made. This one's a little bigger, I think, than this one. And the other one across the way. Just a little spiral staircase. Yeah, I'll think of something. It's just that I moved on from this project a while ago. You can see the base over there. You can kind of see the other dome over there. I'll think of something. Yeah, making an interior for that area will definitely add to the light level, so that will certainly help. Oh yeah, another thing, what inspired the build a little bit, at least that first section. Where the heck is the door out? Where's the door? I've gotten lost because it's so symmetrical. There it is. There it is. Okay. Because it's a circle. It's a really cool build. I did kind of find it weird when they added, speaking of slimes, I did kind of find it weird when they added more Minecraft music to the overworld a few years ago. I don't mind it. Like it's not terrible. It's just like it is nice to listen to something a little different. It's not like it's removed the old stuff. It's just less common to play. Let's go over to the main area. Oh yeah, what I was gonna say. I was inspired to do this as well because I was like, in vibrant visuals or shaders, because vibrant visuals was not a thing yet when I did this. I didn't even know that was happening. I was like, if there was ever shaders added to Bedrock Edition, I'd be like, oh, this would look beautiful with shaders on because the sun would come through. The sun would come through and just be really cool, the reflections and stuff, and it is really cool. Unfortunately, I can't turn on vibrant visuals right now because I'm using classic textures. You can only turn it on with standard, I think, which is unfortunate. So, there's a little bit more of an interior in this one. A little tiny farm, a little bit of grass, a little fire pit, some trees. And then you walk to the base area, which I kind of had as like a research station kind of idea. Like these builds are very basic, but they look nice. There's nothing really in here. It's a melon farm, or is it? No, that's pumpkin farm. Didn't really find something to do with that. Bunch of chests. with a bunch of mined out materials. Another lava farm because I can't have a base without one. More wheat. More materials. Classic red bed because there's nothing wrong with perfection. Cobblestone generator underwater. Oh, I have... Apparently I left some stuff in here. More materials. You can see that the underground project that's under this, I spent a lot of time on. Probably equal time on that I did on the rest of this. Little X. Snow golem so I can farm snow to add more snow golems when they die. That's why I have a, there's iron golems in here protecting them because, what was that? Because, slimes will spawn in here. They can't kill anything, so they just put them into the floor. Like, they just shoot them into the corner, and eventually they die for whatever reason. Sometimes a slime gets lucky. Some, black glass, or not black glass, what is it called? It's so like light doesn't get through it. And I have like lights so you can turn it on. So like mobs can spawn in here. This is like a research kind of thing. Yeah, I'm not a very detailed builder. But let's go to... it's like not the most useful section, but probably the coolest part of this. So in this little shack, which I have these as soul torches, besides the fact it looks nice with the snow because it kind of looks like icy, I'm like, do soul torches melt the snow less? I think they do, so... yeah, and you can see the other ocean monument over there. Can you see the... I have a fake snow golem here, or just a snowman. I built this by, I think I had like planks here. I placed the pumpkin on it, and then I placed the snow blocks on the planks on the back, so it didn't make the snow golem. And then I added buttons and levers. You can kind of see the other dome over there. It's pretty cool. But inside the shack is another roller coaster. To the underground facility, which isn't really much of a facility as it was going to be. There's still I have this, like, I might eventually expand this to add another hallway to something else. Here's a cool DNA strand, lava, water, classic build. And down here, what was originally going to be a, like, observatory for, like, a solar system is a theme park. Something stupid. I was like, I don't know why. Was it worth spending over a month on this? I don't know. I had to dig this out by hand without a beacon. You can imagine how that went. That took forever. You can go all around it. Complete 360. Not like the Xbox, but a circle. Has the 4 dimensions, or the 3 dimensions, plus just a build. Another underwater cave with some glow squids in it. Pretty cool little observation of life. Yeah, this took like a month plus, I feel like. Like, it took a long time. And all with mostly copper iron pickaxes. And we're at a level where it's deep slate, so it takes even longer. How much fun I had. Not a lot. I think it was worth it though. Entrance, exit. Crouch on the way down so you don't get hurt by the thing. So you have the end, the overworld, and the nether. You have a little roller coaster. As you can see, slime spawn down here too. And so do that. Did I just see the boat? No, but there's a... functional. That's just telling me my DualShock 4 is almost dead. A functional roller coaster. Does a perfect loop. Turn that off so it stops when I go around. I'm doing it the dumb way, and it's also just... I might as well, like... One weird thing is it for some reason won't... Well, it's probably because it's a curve. Yeah, there's no going up a block and a curve. So... That type of variant of rail doesn't exist, so it's just... If I push it back, it's gonna phase into the wall. We have a working lazy river, but I'm not going to do that just yet. We have a diving board with 2 different levels. I used like andesite or whatever to make it like textured like a swimming pool. And we have a little water slide. Very exhilarating. Ah, yes. So much fun. Oh, and I forgot the jacuzzi. The hot tub. Which works because you're next to magma blocks. It's kind of funny. If I stepped any lower, my feet would hurt. Yeah. But it works if you're just on the edge like this, which is kind of cool. So let's go to the lazy river. I hope the boat isn't stuck somewhere. It might be. I think there's 2 boats in here. Yeah, the extra minecart. Let's just go around it. Who cares? There's a boat in here right now that has a slime that's named on it. There's a slime that will forever be going around the lazy river forever. I made these artificial biomes. Pretty neat. We have some soul sand and soul soil in places. We have a little castle. There's a amethyst geode down there, which I filled up with water so glow squids can live in it if they wanted to, but they haven't spawned in there in a while. You have some dispensers to act like cannons on the side of a castle, or where archers would be. How do I get out of here? Because I want to get out. I don't want to break the grass though. Not that, well, I guess I'll break it, why not? It's not like it's gonna take forever to grow back. Probably take a few seconds. Great. So the archer areas are closed on the front because the drawbridge is down. You go up the ladder. And here you are. It's very dark in here, so I should probably light this up. Because I feel like things could spawn on this, but for some reason they won't, so they haven't yet. Sure, I'll light this up. Top ones, I guess. Why is this one... Like, yeah, it's not a very even castle. You know what? Sure. Let's do that. I don't really build castles, so this is like one of the first ones I've ever made. It's nice and simple. Here's the end, super basic, just flat with some slight little hills. Where the heck is the boat? Some chorus fruit. It's probably stuck over here somewhere. Where is the boat? Something just burning? Where's the boat? It's probably in the nether somewhere. Unless the boat somehow despawned. Where is the boat? I don't know, but it's a lazy river, so this is designed to let the boat travel through the path, the desired path. So if I had a boat, it would travel along these fence gates. Well, this isn't the end of the tour, but if you're gonna leave, that's fine. I have more, but oh yeah, there's the boat. Where the heck were you? That slime is just named Slime. This is like Mr. Bone's Wild Ride. It never ends. He will be here forever. Wait, oh yeah, that's the right way. It's weird how dark this is. It's like it's much more like reddish color, I think. Modern graphics. Let's go back up. Sound's glitching out a little bit. Let's see, should I still go to the second base if he might not be here anymore? Okay. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good day. Maybe I'll showcase the other base too if you stop by again some other time later. Let's see. Is this the... I'm trying to think what Minecraft song is this? It's a classic one, I forget which one. I don't have these memorized by name. Like at all. If it isn't a music disc, I don't know what name it is. I have like these on my like music soundtrack playlist, which I have on my channel that's private. Not the channel isn't private. The playlist is. There's like hundreds upon hundreds of music videos and stuff in there. I have a bunch of Minecraft songs in there, but the Minecraft soundtrack and Minecraft parody songs too. A few of those. Not that many, but a few. Yeah, I should probably do an interior for this. It's really the only way I could light this up with it with it looking good. Yeah, there's the great view of another underwater cave. Yeah, I probably should have talked about that earlier. And you can see the ocean monument over there. And you can go back up. It's kind of weird to sometimes play this with with headphones on, because I actually play this a lot with low volume. So I'm not hearing all the sound effects. Just because it's like, oh yeah, there's other people usually in the house. I don't want to bother them with a lot of noise. I'm imagining this guy's gone now. That's fine. Time to get back to the end project. How long have I been doing this for? That was a nice chat. One of the few viewers that would actually maybe friend request. Or accept the friend request of. This is not a survival multiplayer world, this is my own world. Only me. I did this. I did it all. More like survival single player. SSP. All without beacons, mostly without enchanted tools. And tons of time. Because I have no life. Nope. Unfortunately, I just got done with a tour. Well, done. I got done with like 75% of a tour, and I just showed off like the most, well, not the most complicated. One of the most time-intensive things I've ever done. But you missed it, so. I am on a PlayStation 4. Because I don't really have any need to get a PS3, or not PS3, PS5. I assume if you're asking this, then you're not watching this from PlayStation. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. I have a just a super large roller coaster to an abandoned mine shaft. This is on Bedrock Edition, though I've been playing the game since it was Minecraft PS4 Edition. I had a survival world from Legacy Console, and I still have it, but I don't play it anymore because I decided to start a new one. This is the longest I've progressed in a survival world, all by myself. Usually I play with friends, but lately they've been playing other games, so I've just been by myself. Oh, it's probably like 6,000+. I did do it once. How do I do that? Yeah, settings is here because they changed it. It's not in video, is it? Is it in video? No, it's not in video. General. I forget where it is. Might be a video. Screen animations. Extra UI. Count, global resource creator, preview. Where the heck is it? It's just game? Show days played. 4,890. 4890. Let's go back to that and turn that off. Where is it? I've been playing on this world for like a year and a half, 2 years, I forget how long. It's been a bit. Someone at the door. Maybe. Might have to mute in a second. Where is it? Where is it? Activate cheats, daylight, where the heck is this? I think it's in game. That's where I saw it. Okay, there we go. Gone. As you can see, if you're still here, by the title, I have an end base I'm working on. I was about to return to that. Let's set my spawn back here. I was going to show my second base in the overworld, but the other guy I was showing it to left because he already spent a long time looking at other things. That's fine. Use as much time as you want looking at my stuff. I don't need you to stay here. To Stronghold. Desert Badlands. The second base is over here. Do you want to see the second base I have? Even though it's not as impressive as the first one? Because I'm not going through the first one again. I might just go back to the Stronghold. You want to see the second base? Okay. Basically what you missed with the first one, which I just went through. Drained Ocean Monument, Underwater Base, Underground Amusement Park. What else? Jungle Village. That's really about the Working Lighthouse. It's really about it. Like it's not a ton. It takes a lot of time to do it, but not a lot of time. Or not a lot of time. Not a lot of things really. It's major things, but not a lot of things. Oh yeah, going that way you get to a mushroom biome. So now we get to the second base, which is 1,000 blocks or so away from the first one. Also in a jungle. It is nighttime now. We have the Great Pyramid. And then there's statues of me from the past and the present. That is the Phase 1 Clone Trooper skin from the prequels classic skin pack. That was the first skin I used on Minecraft PS4. And then this is the skin I'm currently using, which is... I forget what it's called. It's like a Halo-inspired skin from the Marketplace. One of the first Marketplace things they ever added. In fact, I probably used that earlier anyway when I was on PS3. But I used... This is a free skin. So back when they added the Marketplace, when Pocket Edition became Bedrock, I used this skin for a little bit before I stopped playing Minecraft altogether for a few years. Before that, I was using a weird creeper skin of some sort that I downloaded off of one of the Minecraft skin apps that used to exist before you could get skins properly in the game on Pocket Edition. So why are you asking? I already answered it earlier, but why are you asking me this? It's not as detailed technically because like there's 3-dimensional parts to this skin. So, let's just go to the dressing room. You can see, and here's that skin. I plan in my end base, which I'll show you in a second, to build one of these because I used to use this one and this one a lot. They're both pretty much the same. And make another one, probably out of stone again, as like a hidden third one, as like an in-between kind of statue, sheltered away in its own dimension type of thing. Oh, I am 20, nearing 21 in only a few months. I am an adult, as you've probably figured. Haven't done much in the last few years, unfortunately, because I have a brother and a sister, and my sister went through college, and my brother is going through high school, so they get more of the attention put on them, and I wasn't really taught what to do, so I've just been stuck in limbo for years. Which is why I have all this time. Let me guess, if you're calling me that, then you are way younger than me. You're probably like at least 5 years younger than me, I would guess. At least, maybe more. Oh, is that a puppy dog? Or is that just what jungle wolves sound like? 16? Okay. So, right on the money. So here's my second base, like the proper base. Have a furnace room, bedroom with a little is that what old? Yeah, I guess that is what old emerald blocks looked like. Little fireplace. Not enchantment, brewing-ish room. Brewing stand room. Storage room. Hot tub, because you can't have... What's wrong with a hot tub? That works if you stand next to the lava or the magma blocks. It's like a sauna as well. indoor farm. For whatever reason, it's not really been that functional. A lot of this stuff is still like in an earlier stage of growth. I don't really know why. To be fair, I don't visit the space that often. I pretty much just built it and left to work on something else. I think I built this last year. Then there's this hallway. Yeah, the lava farm, the indoor tree farm. Then there's the upstairs. We have the battle arena and the basketball court. What's the point of having either of these when I'm playing by myself? No reason. I just thought it would be funny to build them. Oh yeah, and then you can also walk this way and both ways to get to the balconies, so you can look over the entrance. I feel like the other guy would have liked this base too, but he's gone. So you can go up this way to get to the bleachers. No, that's what I would call the other area. To the viewing platform. It is separated, so you can't enter both ends. Some guard statues. And here's the battle arena with a cool lava light on the ceiling. Fight on the sands. What is the point of a battle arena? As I said, no reason. I don't know why I'm bringing this up again. Then we have the basketball court, which is kind of worthless, but I thought it would be funny to build. So here's the basketball court. Big lava lights. Bleachers. Home and guest scoreboards that you have to edit. Unfortunately, like, I originally wanted to have signs on these cobwebs, but you can't do that on Bedrock Edition for whatever reason. Something about transparent blocks. Don't know why, because that's been a thing in Java forever, but and even I think Minecraft console worked on that too, so it's a bit strange that it doesn't work that way on Bedrock for whatever reason. I feel like it's strange. So if you tried to throw anything, I have a slime ball actually, that's perfect. So if you try to throw anything into the net, it doesn't work, it just bounces off. Unfortunate. Initially I wanted this to be bigger, but the outside of the mountain is that way, so I couldn't make it any bigger than this. And initially I also wanted to have a second floor. I don't know if this guy's still here. I initially wanted a second floor, but there's a giant... This mountain is hollow, so there's a giant hole that eventually leads to an ancient city down there. I couldn't go any lower. That farm room and that alchemy room are as close as I could get to a second floor, unfortunately. It's getting dark, so I might as well sleep. Can I sleep yet, please? I saw that it was sunset out there. Yeah, there's another enchantment. I thought it was getting dark. I guess not. No, it's getting a little dark. This waterfall is natural, by the way. That was there already. Kind of cool. Of course. Really? You had to get in there just as I get here? I'll walk down. Let's go to the Great Pyramid. Because it has an interior. Sort of. I struggle with decorating things. And details. The statues are very detailed though. They're some of my most detailed builds, but get in the boat. This was the first of the underwater tunnel systems I made. It's kind of funny I'm doing a tour again because I already did a tour in the first and second streams I did when coming back, but so welcome to the Bass Pro Shops Pyramid. Not really, but that was kind of a, like, it's the same scale as the brick pyramids from INF Dev. Infidev? Yeah. We have 7 water rings with a lava thing going through it. I just thought it looked cool. Another lava ring, a bigger one down below. I don't know, I was big into Halo at the time, so I decided to do some like Halo references in my builds. So it's like the 7 Halo rings, and then I guess you could say that's maybe the arc. Would have been maybe a little more accurate if I did 6 rings and then this be the 7th large ring. But whatever. I just thought it was cool. It's like how in one of the nature domes as well, there's 7 trees. I don't know. And then, like, another thing that served as inspiration for the underwater base was Forerunner architecture. So there was a few different things going on in my head at the time. I would go on top if it weren't for the fact that the sun is probably about to set. Never mind. Why is it? I mean, it rises from over there, doesn't it? Yeah, so never mind. I forgot how this worked. The sun rises between those 2 statues' heads, and it falls behind the mountain. Why do I say it weird sometimes? I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit of an accent. I don't know. Looks cool from here. I wonder what that other guy would have thought about that. Then, lava source. I don't remember how many. Might just be 1. Probably not. There's probably like 2 on each side as well. Because if it was just 1, it would just be 1 row of lava, I think, down, not 3. So yeah. Really cool though. One of the tallest buildings I've ever made. Tallest builds. There's some weird generation over there. You can see like a cube of water in the middle of a forest. It's strange. You can see the thing. Cool little bridge leading to the statues. I don't think I walked over there. Might as well walk over there. And then I will go back to the end. It's getting late though. It's getting pretty late. Kind of. I don't know. I can still stay up for another hour. I can even stay up for another 2, but I don't want this stream to be like 5-6 hours long. I probably would have completed what I wanted to by now if I wasn't doing this tour, but it's having fun showing it to people. And this guy's not even here anymore. He would have said something by now. Sourced this gold from the Badlands biome. That's the main reason I went out there. Besides to get glass and stuff, it was to get the gold. Cobblestone, deep slate, tough, obsidian, gold, raw gold, glowstone, stone bricks. Really cool. I'll do probably the same thing with the scout eventually. Okay, I think it's time to go back to the end. Well, back to the first base first, because I need to sleep. Reset my spawn. Then back to the end. To finish up what I wanted to do today, which is the start of the filling in the water on that one side. Don't know if I'll stream this process again, because you've seen how long it takes. Oh yeah, I'm wearing a gold helmet so I don't get attacked by piglins. How long have I been streaming for? 5 hours ago? Yeah, it's like, it is true what I was talking about before. That I'm just in limbo. Have been for... 2.5 years. All I've done for the last few years is just sit at home playing video games, going on walks on the beach, on occasion, and visiting the local comic shops. That's really about it. Playing games. I haven't really done much. I know that eventually I'll regret moving on from this phase of my life, because it'll be like, it was so simple back then, I know, but it just feels wrong. Like, I know I should be doing something, even if I don't know what I should be doing. I've never had a job before. I've been out of school for a long time now. I was a good student, a really good student, but I don't know what to do. One funny thing, I don't know, is National Honor Society a thing in regular high schools? Like all high schools in the US? If that isn't a normal thing, it's like, oh, you do good things and you get points or whatever, and that looks good on your record if you graduate with that. I was invited, and you had to be a good student to be invited into the NHS. I was invited into the NHS. I didn't do things outside of school for it, I did things within school for it. So I would help teachers, like, I would push chairs in. I would, like, I would do a bunch of different things. Sometimes run errands or something for them, like, if they needed something to be done, like, bring, like, something brought to another teacher or whatever, I would do it. The first, like, I think I did it for like 2 or 3 quarters. Like I did like 2. I did them and got all the points I needed. Maybe it's like half the year. Like there's 2 times of the year you need to do points. I cashed in my points and succeeded in the first half. In the second half, I did things that I could have gotten points for and would have if I asked for them. But because I'm a nice person, I didn't. So I don't think I probably should have passed with that, but I didn't take credit for the things I did, so. So I didn't pass with that. Still, the one college I applied to, I got accepted in, but I don't know how to drive. So, and even though it's my local college, I was like, I don't want my parents to drive me there every day. Sure, it's only like 20 minutes away, but I'm like, they have busy lives. They don't have the time for that. To quote that Vine, I guess. So I just didn't end up going, and that's where I've been all my life, all my last few years. Just doing this day after day. Part of me is scared about it. I'm like, what happens to me once I move on from this? Once I finally start to progress again? Why do I have this stuff? I should probably put some of this into storage. Like, this channel is not for money. It's for fun, and just to document what I'm up to. It's to document my life. At least, the fun parts of it. Not that my average day isn't fun, like, I have a good family. I'm lucky to have that. Where to put this? I don't even know. Like, plenty of people have it far worse off than I do. I'm well aware of that. But it's just kind of interesting to think, what do I do next? Will I still be doing this in 10 years? Not in limbo, I'm sure it won't be by then, but... Will I still be playing video games? Will I be doing something else? Like, I don't know, like, I thought it'd be fun to work at an aquarium or work at the local museum. Something like that. Always loved paleontology. I like animals. I respect the world. I admire its beauty when others do not. People take the world for granted. But what they don't realize is how special life is. It's weird to get, like, philosophical. Is that the right word to use for that? But it's like, I'm not a man of God. I see the world from a scientific angle. And do you realize how many cosmic coincidences have to take place for a planet like this, with life on it, to exist? I'm sure there's another planet like this out there somewhere. Obviously not with the same form of life, because sure, evolution guides. I'm sure evolution is constant, no matter what planet it's on. So of course it's going to work in similar ways. So I'm sure there's some organisms that might look similar, but they're not going to be exactly the same. Like, I wouldn't call it a mammal, for instance, or something like that. Or a reptile, or an amphibian, or a fish. But they're so far apart. Like, sure, we've found planets kind of like ours, but we have no idea if they have life on them. We'll probably never see them considering how far away they are unless we invent faster than light travel. It's just, live your life, enjoy it. Because you only have one shot. Live for yourself, live for others. Live for the ones around you. One of the dumbest things you could ever do is kill yourself. Because if you enjoy the people around you, maybe you'll find a reason to live. Is there someone at the door? I've had a few false alarms already, so probably not. He has a key, he can get in. Yeah, so I'm finding something to do in my life of almost pure boredom. Sure, it's not productive, but it's all I can do with what I know. Which may be a lot in some ways, but not a lot in others. I don't have a lot of motivation. My creativity can be lacking at times. That's something I've noticed about myself. Because it's like, yeah, this is a creative thing I'm trying to do. I do find it hard, though, to come up with ideas when, with a game as old as this. It's been around as long as I can remember. Pretty much. Well, yeah, technically, yes. It has been, even if I wasn't fully aware of it at the time. And most people weren't either. But I've been aware of this game for the vast majority of my life, especially the conscious part of it. And I've been playing it almost just as long. I haven't gotten much better at it. But I'm trying. I've barely played that many games, to be honest. I'm not a hardcore gamer. It's kind of a funny thing to say. I've probably played less than 100 games ever. If even that. Maybe less than even 50. I own hundreds of games, but they weren't things I played. Getting a lot of followers and friend requests. Strange because there's nobody here. It's kind of weird I have this like weird tone of voice right now. A serious tone, I guess. I'm not a very serious guy most of the time. Like, I don't know, there's been some games I'm like, oh, I might try that someday. But I've just never gotten around to it. Maybe if I get PS Plus again, I'll try that. I'll try to do that now. Just spice this up a bit. What am I hearing? I think it's just me. It's just that weird water sound, I think. My brother just got home. With food. Who knows where he went. Probably from his work, actually, now that I think about it. He works at a food place. Some sort of bar, I believe. It's kind of funny. It's like, yeah, I'm becoming 21 pretty soon. Not like I'm going to use that, though. I'm well aware that drinking is dumb. It's a way to impair life, ruin it in some ways. Sure, makes life more enjoyable in some instances for a short period of time, but you will pay for the consequences. So I've decided, nope, not doing that. I want to stay healthy, at least to some degree. I don't eat the healthiest stuff in the world, but not overweight, not whatever. Externally, I'm perfectly fine. Mentally, I think I'm fine. In fact, I've never even drank soda before. I rarely even drink energy drinks. Like, yeah, Gatorade occasionally, maybe, but I haven't done that in a while. Powerade sometimes. That's about it. It's usually just water, lemonade, fruit punch. That's about it. That's about it. And milk, of course. I like that. Not a very complex person when it comes to food. Why am I talking about this? I don't know. Just something to talk about. This is boring work I'm doing. Might as well talk about something. And of course, the instant he gets home, he instantly goes, let's play whatever I was doing before. My brother's been doing this for a very long time. He likes to play Roblox football and other Roblox games. And then he like sells Roblox items to people for like ridiculous money, and somehow he makes money doing it. I'm just like, okay, it's like you're trading stocks in the stock market. And I'm just like, okay, I wouldn't drop out of your job for that though, which he's considering, which I'm just like, Jesus, dude. Like, yeah, I get it. You're making like sometimes thousands of dollars. Don't know why. Don't ask me why anyone would spend that much money on a digital item, but it's like, yeah, I spend it on physical things, even if it's like just as worthless in the long run. But takes up space instead of whatever. So yeah, I guess there's pros and cons to everything. Hello. Working on my end base. As the description says, I got done with a tour that I was doing with some people earlier. Just, they came by, one of them asked me, how's the world going, and I showed them. Because it's kind of pointless. There's no enemies here. I've lit the place up, nothing spawns here. And the things that would spawn here, I just need to look at the floor and they don't attack me. Plus, I lost my netherite gear ages ago. Fell into the void. This is the end, by the way. This isn't the end. That's for the void sky. And the end music that will occasionally play, if you can even call it music. Background noise. I decided, tired of waiting for an end update, might as well make the end more interesting myself. Well, that's part of it anyway. It's just something for me to do. I'm not a guy that has a lot to do, so... I don't have PlayStation Plus, and this is a single-player world, so no. Sorry. You couldn't join even if I wanted you to. But you're free to stick around to look at it. Though I'm not doing a tour again because I just did it and it took like 30 minutes. So... This is all by myself. I had a guy come in and ask, what SMP is this? And I said, this is a single-player server, or world, not even a server, really. So an SSP, I guess. Just me, myself, and I. Well, I'm using old textures. Which are kind of broken in some ways, like creepers look charged when they're not. Husks don't have a face. They're just textureless, their heads anyway. Like I'm using legacy textures, which are an option you can do in Bedrock Edition. I don't know why they haven't checked them to see if they're broken, because they are in some ways, which is weird. Not in major ways, it's really just some of the mobs look a little strange, but it's fine. Because I'm building... I'm not a very complex builder. And I like old Minecraft a lot. So I'm mostly building with old blocks. My simple style makes it look like from that period of time, kind of. Looks like it's from that period. So that's the idea. It's funny, you can't even see anything in end water. It's just violet, purple. All you can see is like, oh, there's the void. You can see like there's an object. It's like swamp water, but worse. I'm filling up this area with water to be under this bridge. I'm just starting the process. I'm not going to do all of this because I've already been doing this for 5 hours. I'm not even close to halfway done. Though a good hour of that maybe was a tour, so. It's kind of funny. I've gotten so many, maybe someone recommended me to other people. Maybe. Sure, I wouldn't mind having more friends my age. Haven't had that in a while. Like that's one thing I was like, oh, if I go to college, or when I go to college, because I'm sure I will, wouldn't mind trying to make friends, even though I'm not a very social person. My DNA compels me not to be, so it's not great on that front. And when I say that, I mean I'm autistic. Social interaction doesn't come great to people like me, so. Not like bad autism though, like Asperger's syndrome. That's what it used to be called. I don't know, besides for its weird name, that's the last name of the scientist or whatever who researched it. It's more like asp. I think he had something to do with the Nazis? Maybe? Eugenics? I don't know. Something like that. There may have been some connection with him in that, so that's probably... That might be... That's what I've heard. That might be why they don't refer to it as that anymore, which I'm just like, okay, but... I'm not going to ignore his contribution to science. Even though maybe he did a bad thing. I don't even know if that's true. I haven't really looked into it. Just something I heard somewhere. I don't know. It was kind of funny being in school. Like, I remember for 2 years I was in a school I didn't want to be in. Because my mom was like, is he ready to be in a normal school again? Not that I was in a special ed school or something, I wasn't. I went to a private school. With normal people. It's just a smaller school, so I didn't feel so pressured. I don't know. Definitely improved at that smaller school, and then there was another school, religious school next door, literally, because they took over half of the building, or like half of the school for whatever reason. Don't ask me why. Maybe it's supposed to be temporary. Hated that place. I'm not a religious person, as you may have gathered from the last 20 minutes. But they had to like lie to say that I was. So it was like, what is the atheist doing in this place? I was just like, what is this nonsense they're talking about? Hated the people that ran that place. They barely taught us anything. Like, I remember I probably talked about this many times before. The science teacher there said, like, acne is like from original sin or something. Like, Jesus Christ, no wonder you weren't you work here. You wouldn't be accepted as a science teacher anywhere else if you said that. One thing that I felt a little like comforting when I was there, but also a little strange and sad about. I had one of my oldest childhood friends was also there, and I later learned I was like sure, he's kind of an interesting kid. A lot more strange than I remember him being. I didn't have that many friends growing up, never have, but it was I just felt bad for him there. Not that he was doing poorly, it was just like, you shouldn't be here. You should be at a regular school but I'm sure he graduated high school there too, and I'm just like, if I was someone who worked at a college and was part of like the acceptance process, like if I had to look at applicants, if I saw somebody graduated high school from there, I probably wouldn't choose them because it's just like, it's not a good school environment. They didn't really teach us anything at all. Our history class, history is one of my favorite subjects, was like, oh, here's a note card and here's a textbook, read it, and then we'll have a quiz with note cards. And I'm just like, this is the most worthless thing ever. No PowerPoints, no documentaries, no nothing. It was just the most simple, bare bones thing ever. I'm like, I'm in 8th grade. I'm in 9th grade. Eighth, ninth grade. Like from like week 1, I said to my mom, I don't like this place. And I kept saying like, don't send me back there after the year was done. Like I gave her warnings like, this doesn't seem like a good place, but I'll stick with it for a little bit. I'll stick with it for a year. Hoping I would be transferred to another school the next year. Either it didn't happen in time or she just didn't do it, so I was there for 9th grade, and I was like, dang it. I don't want to be here. So I wasted my first year of high school there. Then I finally got transferred to the high school that my sister was at, so my first year there was nice because I had my sister to be with me. She would drive me, we would drive home and to school sometimes together. It was very funny. One time, we were driving on the road, very busy, annoying, dangerous road, because there's tons of annoying high school drivers going down it. Not like, surprised I didn't see more accidents happen than that did. One time, like, and it wasn't like a super wide road either. It was like maybe 2 lanes on each side, or maybe even one. Yeah, 2 lanes on each side. And one time she like verged on purpose to the other end that was coming the other way for a second to try to like scare me. And like, sure, I got scared a tiny bit, but I was more annoyed than anything because I was like, you're the one on that side of the car. You're gonna be the one that gets hit if we did get hit. Sure, she was smart about it, so she didn't like do it when there would be someone coming over. But I'm just like, I was more annoyed because I'm like, you're gonna be the one that dies. And you're putting us in danger for a laugh. Yeah, I was less scared, more just annoyed. I'll forever remember that, because of just how stupid it was. Then the next year, she wasn't there anymore, she graduated. But the funny thing was, she was still in the yearbook that year, even though she graduated the previous year. Like, she was featured in a picture, and the description featured her name. I'm just like, why was this not in the last yearbook? And it was a picture from like, like the first day, like they go, I guess like, you could decide to go like either the first day of school or the day before first day of school, to meet up with like your fellow classmates if you're if you're like a senior or whatever. I never did that. It's like a special first day or something, I don't know. And it was from that, so I'm like, this is a picture from like a year and a half ago. Why was this not, this picture already existed obviously. Why was this not in the last one? Why was this put here? So I'm like, I guess someone was a friend of hers maybe on the yearbook team and decided to sneak her in even though she wasn't there anymore. I thought that was weird. It was strange. I don't have that yearbook, but it'd be funny if I did. And my sister never got a yearbook, so I have my yearbook for my senior year. Not really a big fan of the picture they chose, but I had a lot of fun at that school. No problems. I didn't have any problems there outside of... Didn't really care for my English 2 teacher. She was just kind of mean. Not to me, but to other people. Like, she would say, oh yeah, I've told my other classes how much better this one is. Or, she just seemed like kind of a jerk. And then she would also, uh, and then my Spanish teacher, my God, I went through Spanish 1 and 2, even though I technically already took Spanish 1 because I used Rosetta Stone. I hate that program so much. I barely even knew how to use it. So finicky on those stupid Chromebooks we were given. Actually, we weren't even given Chromebooks for that school I was at. We had to buy laptops. So I think, like, that's how cheap they were. So just felt like a religious scam. Yeah, and then and the people running it, I remember I think they went to Jerusalem once or whatever, like on our, like, when the school was on break or something. I'm like, just something about them just felt off. Like, everything about them, I didn't like them at all. I was so happy I got out of there when I did, even though I wish I didn't spend a second year there, because our Bible class, which I hated Bible class so much because it was just so stupid, would have been with. It was like a husband and wife, and the husband was going to be the leader of the Bible class. I'm just like, I hate both of them. I'm so happy I got out of there when I did, because I would have hated it so much. I don't even remember what Bible class was even about. Like, we barely even talked about anything. Like, I don't even remember anything about it. It wasn't even a class we had that often. In fact, I think we only had it, like, a little bit. And another thing that yeah, one of the first things, and every time I've talked to someone, because it turns out there is a decent amount of people who had been to that school who went to the high school I eventually went to, and it turns out, like, when I would ask somebody who'd also been there apparently what they thought of it, they felt the same way I did. But I remember I don't remember why I talked about this. I was just like, oh yeah, I plan on going to this place instead. I remember there was some student at that weird school who was like, oh, I've been there, I hate it. And I'm just like, they must have been a terrible student. Because I'm like, how could you hate that place? That place was so nice. My only guess is they must have been a terrible student. Like, that feels like what most of the people that go there are. They're either rejects from other schools because they did terribly, or their parents are religious nuts and sent them there. That's all I can think of. Oh, yeah, I need to make a more. And I'm just like, yeah, it's like I hated every second I was there. And I was there for 2 school years. Not every second. Like, there was some funny moments. I liked the free time we were given. Like, we had, like, spend time in there was basically half the building belonged to the other school originally. That other school, which I was at previously, had been there since the 70s. Already a small school before it was cut in half. And then the other half was trailers. There was like 3 trailers. So remember, it's like a foundation in like 2 or 3 rooms. Connected with like steel walkways. And sometimes we would be given some free time, either to work on homework or whatever, because it's like, it wasn't really homework, we would just work on it there during the free time. You could either work on it at home or during free time, and that's what I would do. And then sometimes in free time, I'd be like, oh, I'd play Flash games on my computer, or I would do some funny things. Like, I remember there was one guy who I thought was funny. Hang out with him for a little bit, made a funny joke. Like, we inverted we color shifted I think a picture of Jesus, and we called it the Antichrist. Thought it was funny. Not in terms of like whatever, like not to be like evil or something. It was just funny because it's like I made it well aware to him. I'm like, I don't know why I'm here. And personally, he wasn't too different, so it was all in good fun. Okay, let's cut down this wall. But yeah, anyway, so it's like, he must have been back to that guy who said, like, warned me, don't go there. I'm like, he must have been a reject, like a terrible student. And sure, I met my fair share of terrible students there. Like, one reason I hated the Spanish class was not because of the teacher. So, I mentioned I did Rosetta Stone. Technically, because I did that, I didn't need to do Spanish 1, even though it barely taught me anything. But I took Spanish 1 again anyway, because if I was going to take Spanish 2, then a proper Spanish 1 class would actually be useful. So I decided to take Spanish 1 and 2 the same year. Spanish 1 in quarter 1, and Spanish 2 in semester 1, and Spanish 2 in semester 2. The teacher was just, like, she was very, like, not relaxed, I don't know. Like, she didn't care about what the students were doing. Like, they were messing with her, they were doing a bunch of different things. She was just so oblivious to it all. I hated the students in that class, because they took advantage of everything. And they were just annoying. There was one guy who would make paper airplanes or whatever, and he would throw them into the ceiling and they would stick into it. Like tiny little paper darts. Like, I once drew, like, one thing I would do, because I would usually complete my work and then I would have a bunch of free time left because I would have completed before everyone else. And I would sometimes just draw things in my notebook. I would do this a lot. And in one drawing I drew when I was in there was me as a stick figure sitting at my desk with my backpack by my leg, because that's how it was, with a banner over my head that said Español Uno, so Spanish 1, and that banner was burned, charred, fire was around me, like it was hell. Like, I hated that class. Spanish 2 came back there. She was happy I was there for Spanish 2 as well, because she liked me, because of course she did, because I was the only good student in there. Only mature one in there at all. I also hope that I was probably the oldest in there, because most people take Spanish in their first, as like freshmen, so it's even more annoying. I didn't realize how annoying freshmen would be. I was like, I don't think I was that bad as a freshman. So my first proper high school experience was as a sophomore. Nobody's here. So yeah, I don't remember Spanish 2 being anywhere near as bad. It was still bad in some ways, but it was definitely, I would definitely say it was less bad, because most of the students were nowhere near as annoying as they were the first time. Okay, let's fill this up a bit. And then she was gone the next year. Not surprised by that. I think she was from Ecuador. The teacher. I believe. Yeah, that sounds about right. I liked her, but I hated that class because of the students. Otherwise, I liked all my other English, not English, all my other high school classes. Loved art class. Didn't really care for, well, I guess there's one other class I didn't really care too much about. 3D art, which I only took because it's like I have to take an elective, I guess, or I have an extra empty class space, so I might as well take something. It's because like I can't drive, so I can't leave school. So it was unnecessary. I didn't need to take it, I don't think, but I thought, oh, that would be fun. Regretted it because initially it was looking promising. There was like 3 other guys in there and then a bunch of girls, but then after the first like week or so, all 3 of those guys dropped it, and there were people I knew before, so I was like, oh, this might be fun to hang out with these guys. But then they were gone, so it was just me. So it's just me and like 7 or 8 girls, and I was like, this is the most uncomfortable class I've ever had. It was just weird, and I wasn't very good at it either. I was pretty good at regular art, and I still had regular art as well, which was in the other room. So I'd go from regular art to 3D art, so I just passed through the hallway connecting, like the little, not even a hallway, it's like a room, a little room, like a closet connecting the 2 rooms. So that was an interesting experience, but, and like I didn't hate that teacher, it's just like I hated being in there more than anything. It's just I just felt awful, so it's just so uncomfortable being in there. No one to get along with. I just sat by myself. And then my final project was left unfinished because I didn't make it properly. It's still sitting right in front of me. I'm a big fan of paleontology, so it's like, oh, I tried to make a sea scorpion out of like clay that would be fired or whatever, and initially like I had problems building it because I wasn't doing it right, so it got fired and whatever practically last minute, so I didn't have time to paint it, so it's just pure white. But still, I tried to teach the girls in there about this this order of creature that no longer exists, Eurypterids. Talked about how they're the state fossil of New York. Talked about a bunch of different things. I thought it was interesting. I hoped they liked it. I'm not very great at presentations, so I don't know how well it went, but I still had fun making it. It's just I wish it would have turned out better. And it's not the best sculpture in the world. It definitely could have done better. It's very simple. I definitely could have made it more detailed, but I just didn't really know what I was doing. So, maybe someday I'll paint it again, or I'll paint it. But at that point, I'd rather just make a new one. In my pixel art world, there's a pixel art version of it. Because initially, like, I don't know. There's a bunch of different in my sketchbook, which I have. I made a bunch of different like concept ideas because we had to provide a few different concept ideas to the teacher, and they would pick one or whatever. They would recommend which one to go with. And I just thought, oh, this would be the most simple one to do, and this is the most I can teach some people something, because I thought that would be kind of cool. Yeah, there was one thing. Okay, I'll mute my mic again. Okay. One of my favorite classes was sociology. I also took psychology, both by the same person. Loved that guy. I had a lot of guy teachers in high school, surprisingly. Like before that, I wasn't really used to guy teachers. I rarely had any, but I had a bunch. Which I was happy about because it was just a unique, nice experience. And I had this guy for both classes. And one funny thing that happened was initially, for whatever reason, I had Art 2 and 3D art on my schedule for semester 2 of my senior year, but for whatever reason, it somehow got changed without me knowing to 3D art and psychology again. And I was like, I've already done this class, why is this here? It wasn't like a higher level of it, it was psychology again. So I was like, it was just psychology. So for whatever reason, I had to go to that class anyway, so I was there for like the first week because I had to because I switched it over to Art 2, like I wanted to in the first place. Because I graduated psychology, so I don't know why. Somehow, some way, someone made a mistake and put me in there again. I graduated pretty well too. I did really good in that class, so I thought it was weird. And for some reason, somehow, he didn't recognize that I was not supposed to be there. So he was like excited that I was back because he loved me as a student. Most of my teachers did. Actually, all of them did. No matter what the experience was like for me. But because I was just a helpful, nice guy. But and I just never had the courage to say, oh yeah, I'm here by mistake. He eventually definitely figured it out when I just stopped showing up because I had finally switched over. I was tempted to write a note being like, oh yeah, I'm here by mistake. And I saw what these students were like, and I'm like, and I was going to say good luck because they were interesting. Definitely not as good of a class as I had with him. But he was a very interesting guy. He also ran the school's wrestling team. Apparently he was a former MMA guy, I believe. He only had one match, and he won it, and then he left to do something else. So I thought that was funny. Like, yeah, very funny. I'm not going to say his name for obvious reasons, because you actually might be able to figure out who he is. Maybe. So I don't want to do that. But it was funny. Like, up there with my favorite teacher I had. Unfortunately, I bought my yearbook. As I said, I had a yearbook for my senior year. The main reason I got it was because I wanted people to sign it because I had so much fun with those teachers. However, production on the yearbook was hectic, so they didn't get them out in time. So I didn't get my yearbook until just before, like I didn't go in to grab my yearbook until just before the next school year started. So summer was already almost over. So I never got to get any signatures at all, unfortunately. That's the one reason I bought it, and I never got to do it. I tried to write down all my teachers' names, what class it was. Some of them I forgot. And I say like all of them like throughout my 3 years there. Some of them I forgot because they weren't there anymore, so I couldn't look them up through the book, and I somehow forgot their name. Like one funny one was my English 3 teacher. She was my homeroom teacher for my sophomore and junior year, and I somehow forgot her name. I saw her almost every day for a little while, so I was like, how did I forget her name? I still don't know what her name was. I forget. I knew her name at the time when I was there with her, but when she left, I completely forgot who she was. So it was one of those things of like, if it's not important, I forget about it. It's like I was talking to my mom the other day when we walked on the beach recently for the first time in a few months. I said, it's kind of funny, like, sometimes I feel like I have short-term memory, because it's like, I had a chat with one of my other favorite teachers, my history teacher, and just before the end of the day, he was also the head of the NHS program, and then I go to the car to be picked up by my sister, and my sister asks me, what did you talk about? And because she asked me what we talked about, I completely forgot what he said, and I don't remember anymore. It was probably related to the NHS program, nothing too special, but it was just because someone's asking me what it's about, and even though it happened only 5 minutes or less before, I completely forgot what he said. Isn't that kind of funny? Like I recounted that story. It's like, if you're going to ask me, I'd be able to recount it to you if you didn't ask me. But if you're going to ask me just after it happened, I'm not going to be able to say what it was. And also, my sister's like, I don't know. It's hard to have a conversation with her sometimes because it's just like, you'd be a little bossy. Or, I don't know, demanding. I don't know what the right word is. It was just kind of funny. But that is a true story. All this is true. Everything I've said is true. I've never lied. So it's just kind of funny. Like, sure, do I need to talk about these things? No, but as I said before, this is my way to document my life. Unfortunately, life can be short. You never know what will happen. And sure, like 99% of people, I'll probably be forgotten by history. It's the unfortunate thing, but that's true. Unless you accomplish something great, like, and I mean like super duper great, outside of your family, no one's going to remember you. And even then, they'll eventually forget you too. All they'll be left of you is whatever you left behind, maybe a story or two, and your name, maybe, if you're lucky, will be in a family record. That's it. They won't know what you were like. They'll just have maybe a picture of you. They won't remember what you sound like. Sure, if YouTube gets erased, no one will remember what I sound like either. That's the unfortunate thing. And someday, everything will disappear. All good things don't last forever. Life is one of them, unfortunately. And so is a species. Whether we end ourselves or some cataclysmic event, we will disappear just like everything has before us. Just like our ancestors, just like the ancestors of all the things around us. We'll either evolve into something different, or we'll disappear. Unfortunately for us, we're the last of our kind. There's no other species of human left. It's just us. Whether or not that's our fault, that's debatable. Our branch only has one twig left on it. Maybe one leaf would be more accurate. Sure, life isn't always great. Who knows if we're currently living in a good period of history. Some say I was born at the end of the Golden Age. Too young. Too young to experience it. I'm probably gonna stop talking soon because, well, my battery's dead, so I'm standing in front of the TV with the controller plugged in. Not very comfortable. Oh. And I'm out of pickaxes. Great. Well, besides for this one. I don't even know why I have this in my hand. I don't need it. Nobody's appeared in a while. Maybe at the end of this I'll check out those follows and friend requests. Consider them. I don't stream very often, so who knows if I'll talk to them again. I don't know which one is which. I don't know who those people were. Because their YouTube usernames are probably different from their PlayStation ones. Let's see. I'm trying to think. I think I talked about Tyrannus last stream, didn't I? Pretty sure. One funny thing, it's not related, like similar to that at all, besides for its paleontology related, was last year, I think, or was it earlier this year? Something stupid. It was like something really dumb happened. Some science, like, geneticist company announced that they brought back the direwolf from extinction, and I'm just like, no you didn't. No you did not. Not even close. What they did instead was modified genes of a gray wolf to make it look like a direwolf from Game of Thrones. So a white wolf, maybe give it genes to make it bigger. That's about it. That is not a direwolf. Not even close. In fact, direwolves aren't even that closely related to gray wolves. I'm not even considered they're closely related to any type of wolf. Sure, they're definitely a type of canine, I'm pretty sure, but they're not really true wolves, if I remember correctly. That was discovered pretty recently, that they're not even closely related to gray wolves, so it would be impossible to even get the correct traits from backwards, like, whatever. So It's like you could technically, if you modify a chicken or whatever, DNA enough, you can get some like dinosaur, like non-avian dinosaur-esque traits out of it. But it doesn't mean you're bringing a non-avian dinosaur back from extinction. You're just turning an avian dinosaur into one that looks something like an early avian dinosaur, which very much still resembled their non-avian counterparts. Yes, birds are dinosaurs, and birds are reptiles. They're just a very derived, weird form of one. They're not their own separate thing. Their closest living relatives are crocodilians. This didn't take too long, this particular section, but yeah, maybe I'll do one more segment of this. I am not going to be streaming much longer. My dad's probably gonna get back from his party any minute now. Maybe, I don't know. Pretty sure he has work tomorrow, so he probably has to go in pretty early too. My dad works like 11-hour days. Not fun. If he goes in at like 6, he comes back home at 5. Most of the time though, he goes in at like 10. So usually not home that long before he has to go to bed. So yeah, I've had fun doing this. Sure, it's kind of tedious, boring, but all of this is. I would say the most fun I've had during this stream is talking to people. Even if it's only for a short period of time. And even if it's only through text. Whole nother thing to talk to someone and hear their voice, but... So you can see this is a glimpse of what this would look like, and it will span the whole thing. Do I want to do any more of this? I think I'm good. I think this is good enough for the time being. So yeah, I had fun today. Me doing the classic Minecraft YouTuber thing, talking to myself like this. Learn from your idols. Learn from your ancestors. So yeah, I connected all that together. So you can actually see where I did it. So I did that. And I did that. Which doesn't actually seem like a lot, and it really isn't, but that's just how long it takes. And I did this, which took no time. Which is hilarious because it's like most of that space already. So I guess building the extra like container walls took longer. If I just did that, that probably would have been quicker. Anyway, probably doing that more in the future more. So I had fun today. I hope whoever's watching this in the future also liked it. And I'll see you guys whenever. Goodbye. Actually, I have one last thing to say. In this entire stream, we got 69 comments. Nice. Now I'm ending it.